Hey guys, tonight we're time traveling sans DeLorean to 6th century South India, where merchant guilds ruled trade routes and temple bells set the rhythm of life. You're standing in a moonlit courtyard sticky with jasmine pollen, waiting for a birth that'll rewrite spiritual history. Fair warning, if mystical pregnancy cravings freak you out, maybe keep that nightlight extra bright. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with your coordinates and local time. Let's sync our circadian rhythms for max story absorption. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Your sandals sink into warm mud outside the birthing hut, braziers smoking with frankincense to scare off evil spirits. Inside, a merchant's wife grips a mango wood beam, her sweat dripping into offerings of crushed turmeric and coconut milk. Merchant ships in Mamallapuram harbor reported compass needles spinning wild that night. But that could have been the cinnamon shipments messing with lodestones. Historians still argue whether it was a supernova or Venus retrograde that painted the skies that evening. All we know, monkeys abandoned the temple roof at moonrise, scattering jaggery sweets like tiny fallen stars. The midwife's hands freeze mid-motion when the first contraction hits. A crescent-shaped birthmark blooms on the baby's shoulder, perfect mirror to the moon clawing through monsoon clouds. Some scholars swear this matches 550 CE temple records. Others say it's just a lucky birth defect. You decide when her wail sinks with distant bronze bells, 3 temples over echoing like divine Morse code. Local legends insist temple elephants broke their chains to trumpet at Pushya Nakshatras, exact rising. Though modern zoologists suggest Bad Mahout curry was the real culprit, the father nearly fumbles his pearl-tipped ledger, ink smudging the column where daughter should go. Spoiler, he'll regret that hesitation when she starts quoting Tamil hymns at age 4. Candles gutter as wind sweeps through palm leaf shutters, bathing the newborn in shadows that dance a little too deliberately. A passing ascetic coughs 3 times outside his bowl, filling suddenly with milk despite no cow in sight. You blink and he's just gone. Coincidence? Maybe. But merchants keep finding ripe figs in their dried lentil sacks all week. The wet nurse swears the baby's eyes follow constellations invisible to mortals, her tiny fists clutching air like she's memorizing prayer beads. Don't overthink how the family's parrot starts reciting Rig Veda verses the next morning. Parrots mimic, right? Totally normal. Unless, by dawn, the courtyard's neem tree bursts into off-season blossoms, scent so thick it slicks your throat. Workers hauling rice to port swear their loads lightened by half granaries, mysteriously refilling overnight. The village accountant's abacus beads start multiplying on their own because ancient spreadsheets needed drama too. You wipe jasmine pulp from your elbows as the mother whispers her daughter's name for the first time, a secret kept even from historians. It's okay. You'll hear it later in the moment. She swaps silk saris for beggar's rags. But that's a story for when your phone's charged below 10%. For now, the temple drums are rolling, and this baby's cosmic mic drops just getting started. You kneel on sun-warmed temple stones, your tiny hands arranging champak blossoms in crooked circles. Beneath the idol's shadow, Shiva's third eye winks at you. 17 petals per flower. It takes 17 tries to get it right. Your nostrils fill with turmeric-dusted marigolds, that sharp gold smell itching like tomorrow's history test. A bronze bell clangs overhead. 14 pounds of solid metal historians will one day carbon date. You flinch at the noise, then see the god's stone lips quiver. Hindu temples under the Chola dynasty stockpiled fragrant oils in elephant-headed urns, mainstream trivia. But here's a kicker. Workers mixed vermilion powder with crushed cochineal beetles for idol foreheads. Imagine explaining that craftsman job to your career counselor. Your father barges in sandalwood beads clacking like an angry accountant's abacus. Stop daydreaming, girl. Can't sell spices with your head in the clouds. You press palms together, bow to the deity instead of him. The insult should sting, but Shiva's big toe suddenly glows honey gold. Historians still argue whether temple carvings from this era depict actual miracles or just bad mushroom harvests. You're not pondering the debate. You're too busy watching serpent idols coil awake on the ceiling. Their ruby eyes follow your finger-drawn ohm in the air. A priest shoves a clay lamp into your grip. Oil sloshes onto your tunic. For the evening arti, he snaps. You stare at the flame and see twin fires dancing in your mother's cooking pit 3 streets over. When did vision become a verb? Monsoon rain hits the courtyard. Monkeys scream in the banyan trees. A soaked peacock struts past, dragging its feathers like a soggy bridal train. You giggle. The sound makes the oil lamp's flames stretch upward, twisting into a perfect lotus bud. In bed that night, you count terracotta roof tiles through your window, 36 cracked squares of orange under the moon. Sleep comes heavy as temple gongs, and there he is, Shiva juggling human skulls like festival balls, his ash-smeared grin saying tag you're it. Your parents find you next morning, fingers stained purple from plucking midnight jasmine. She's bewitched. Your mother hisses, scrubbing your hands raw with river sand. You don't protest. The flower seller already told you about the jasmine vines that bloomed overnight across your roof, white stars against clay. At noon, a traveling ascetic pauses by your gate. He spits beetle juice onto the road. It forms a perfect square. Your daughter trades in celestial currency. He chuckles. Your father slams the door. You pocket the beetle stain later. It smells like mountains beyond the Vindhyas. By sunset, you've memorized 16 ways to hide marigold garlands in your braids. The 17th gets you caught. Your mother's slap echoes off the water jug. It's fine. The jug's copper surface now shows your reflection haloed in jasmine, and something with too many arms waving behind you. You fall asleep to the smell of crushed petals under your pillow. Somewhere, past the mango groves and grumbling uncles, a damaru drum beats time with your pulse. 2 notes, 3 worlds, 1 punchline you're not old enough to understand. The wedding sari chokes your collarbones. 36 pounds of Kanchipuram silk per Chola noble custom. Mirrors sewn into the hem flash like trapped stars as you kneel, a human loom weaving light into bridal patterns. Your nose itches under the garland, which is less about pollen and more about crushing neem leaves mixed with powdered jade. Historians found similar herb bundles under Pandya Dynasty wedding platforms, though they're still fighting over whether it prevented miscarriages or just repelled mosquitoes. His house swallows you whole, granite floors polished slick as a crocodile's back. Each room hums with the commerce of spices, pepper sacks groaning in corners, cinnamon sticks clattering like bone dice. You learn to walk balancing oil lamps on your head, the tricks keeping tea strainer focus, while your husband snores through ancient Tamil hymns. The jokes write themselves. Nightly, you kneel beneath the neem tree behind the kitchens, palms upturned like lotus pods. Milk offerings evaporate before sunrise, but ants still map the residue into perfect mandalas. One dawn, you catch the cook's son sprinkling sugar to help the design. His grin vanishes when the ants rearrange it into Shiva's trident. Your mother-in-law gifts pearl-encrusted anklets were these, not those mud-caked prayer beads. You obey until the pearls start chiming temple ragas against the floor tiles. Gold merchants still occasionally unearth 10th century anklets with abnormal wear patterns, tiny dents that match the tempo of processional drums. The silk trade bores him. You find ledgers left open, copperplate script detailing 8 kinds of moth repellent. One margin sketches your profile, but the nose is all wrong. Later, scribbling prices for Arabian frankincense. Your hand drifts, columns transforming into the 100 names of Parvati. The inkwell cracks from overheated shame. Scholars love debating Chola households. Domestic tensions. Was piety considered rebellion or just bad housekeeping? You've got fresh data. Those hours inspecting grain stores actually involve burying rice figurines of Shiva in the courtyard. Rats avoid the spot, though your husband praises the new cats when harvest weights improve. Monsoon leaks stain the ceiling, the damp patch slowly morphing into Nataraja's dance pose. You hide it with a tapestry of Radha and Krishna, which makes the god's stone foot protrude awkwardly through Krishna's flute. At dinner, your husband squints at the lumpy fabric. Hire better weavers, he mutters. The foot kicks the wall that night, a hollow boom echoing through the wine cellar. You master the art of silent devotion, fingers tracing mantras on wet clay jugs. The servants whisper about pots staying cool for days, perfect for summer mango pulp. At the market, women swap your name with winks, lucky, that merchant's wife. Even her curd won't sour. If only they saw the blisters from sculpting miniature shrines in the storeroom. That cursed moonless night, him finding your secret altar behind the turmeric sacks. His face darkens like monsoon clouds, then cracks with uneasy laughter. Next, you'll start levitating the pepper mills. But the tension curdles. Now guards patrol the granary, their spears clanking through your dreamless sleep. You take to writing hymns in spilled rice flour, sweeping them up before dawn. One morning, sleep-addled fingers miss a stanza. The cook gashes her thumb on a flour knife, and the blood resolves into a perfect ohm on the kitchen threshold. She bless you for 5 generations. The stain stays crimson through 70 scrubbings. Twice yearly, temple processions pass your gates, drumbeats vibrating your ribcage like a plucked Venus string. He locks you indoors those days, but the stone Nandi bull at your gate swivels its head to watch you wave from the upper window. Ananda Ranga Pillai's 17th century chronicles describe similar faulty carvings, never repaired, always revered. Your 3rd wedding anniversary brings a gift, a Burmese ruby the size of a betel nut. Its facets trap candlelight weirdly, bending reflections into the face of someone not him. The gem weighs more than your marriage contract when you drop it down the well. The splash echoes for 7 breaths, followed by frogs singing in 3-part harmony. Sleep becomes negotiated territory. You retire early to count terracotta tiles while he entertains spice brokers. One midnight, tracing the familiar cracks, your finger sinks into a tile's center. Warm honey pools in your palm, and you remember that beetle stain keepsake smelling of distant peaks. The next tile overreads Nataraja slept here in Brahmi script. By the 5th year, even the household statues turn conspirators, Ganesha's trunk pointing toward your hidden hymn parchments. The maids bless their chores now, sari folds staying crisp, milk never boiling over. Your husband's pride swells with domestic perfection, while you choke on the irony flavored like chamomile tea. The final straw isn't holy. It's his new mistress arriving in peacock blue silk, her laughter sharp as a parrot's screech. You gift her a jasmine garland from your rooftop vines, which coil around her wrists like living bracelets. Her scream brings the whole household running. In the chaos, you slip out back, dust settling to reveal Nataraja's silhouette etched in moonlight on the neem tree. You're still grinning when the axe bites into your toe. Blood pulses where the axe kissed your toe, each beat watering the soil beneath you. The stain spreads, and from it sprouts a mango sapling before the wound scabs. Historians would later note this as the first Chola-era mention of the Alphonso variety, though you're too busy gaping at fruit ripening midair. Scream for the physician. Your husband sneers, tossing the bloodied axe to a guard. Instead, you pluck a mango from the impossible tree. Its skin parts under your thumbnail, juice cascading over hands still flecked with henna. Gold spreads up your wrists like liquid sunrise. Court poets would later claim this took 7 days. But the guards, dropped spears, prove it happened between 2 heartbeats. He orders you to repeat the act with a proper mango from the kitchens. Traders still debate if that fruit came from Sri Lanka or Java. Ship manifests from Mahabalipuram remain suspiciously water-damaged. The imported mango bursts open at your touch, revealing flesh, the purple-black of monsoon clouds. Its pit glows, etching Shiva's name in Prakrit script onto the marble floor. Turmeric trickery. He bellows, lunging to scrub the letters with his sash. The fabric disintegrates, leaving his palms blistered. Modern chemists once recreated the stain using 10th century dyes. Their lab exploded. You almost feel sorry for him until he threatens to burn the tree. Servants drag you to the market square at noon, a spectacle of madwifery. The crowd gashes you with stares, but their fury wilts when mango blossoms crown your hair. You're ordered to prove divinity or face disownment. A merchant flings a fruit, his aim skewed by trembling hands. Catch it blindfolded, peel it with teeth. Let elders taste. The mango drips ambrosia, turning the headman's beetle-stained teeth pearl-white. His wife's cataracts clear enough to count your eyelashes. Someone yells about witchcraft until your husband snatches the fruit. His bite summons a howl, tongue blistering, as if he'd chewed fire. That's when the tree in your courtyard uproots itself, dragging granite walls apart like stale bread. Roots coil around your waist, lifting you over the rubble. Gold juice streaks your sari hem, each drop crystallizing into temple bells midair. Your last glimpse of home. Cats lick mango pulp from shattered roof tiles while he coughs ashes. Market gossip spreads faster than the gold stain myth. A potter claims your footprints sprout mango pits. Gamblers now use them as dice in back alley games. You wander westward, unaware your discarded nail parings take root as saplings. Farmers still swear those trees bloom during funerals, their fruit always containing twin seeds. Historians still argue whether the golden hands were alchemy or allegory. You've got fresher concerns, like why every stream you approach parts like a stage curtain. The first devotees arrive at dusk, bearing offerings of mangoes that rot if they tell lies. One merchant's false praise turns his fruit into scorpions. He bows deeper. Nightfall finds you resting against a banyan tree, its aerial roots braiding through your hair. A mango materializes in your lap, this one cold as mountain snow. The first bite floods your mouth with lyrics to a hymn you'll compose decades hence, about rivers flowing backward to cleanse old wounds. Ants march the melody line along your forearm. By dawn, you're singing to snakes. Sand grates between your toes like crushed diamonds, each grain scoring fresh lines in flesh, already raw from last night's river crossing. You kneel to drink from a puddle, only to find Shiva's face shimmering in the mud. His third eye winks, and the water turns to camphor. 17 paces onward, your left sandal snaps. Historians will later map your route using temple donations from Madurai to Sri Lanka. But right now, you're just a woman chucking footwear into a thorn bush. Village boys trail you, lobbing rotten jackfruit. Banker's wife plays beggar. One hit lands between your shoulder blades, the stench worse than the bruise. You pluck a seed from the pulpy mess, plant it in your mouth, and spit out a sapling. It takes root midair, its branches sprouting ripe fruit that pelts the hecklers. A boy's swollen lip bursts open, sweetness instead of blood. His mother drags him home, muttering about witchcraft protection taxes. Hunger gnaws at your ribs like a sacred mouse. You accept a handful of rice from a toddy tapper, his fingers reeking of fermented coconut. Scholars still argue whether you used Tamil mantras or Prakrit chants to multiply the grains. But the man's liquor jars overflow with rice wine for 3 generations. Your own belly stays empty, the first rule of pilgrimage etching itself in acid. Sunset finds you ankle deep in a dye merchant's runoff, indigo staining your skin like a half-finished tattoo. Women whisper that your feet now match the blue-throated one's neck. Their jokes curdle when your footprints bloom with night-blooming jasmine. A weaver's daughter pockets 5 flowers, her dowry problems solved by dawn. You don't mention the blisters pulsing beneath each petal. Sleep taunts you beneath a toddy palm. Something slithers over your legs, too heavy for a snake. Peeling one eyelid open reveals a mongoose chewing your toe scabs. Its fur glistens gold wherever your blood touches. Finish the job. You murmur, too exhausted to care if it devours you whole. The creature flees instead, trailing threads of gilded spit. Tomorrow's pilgrims will mistake them for sacred threads and wear them as amulets. Rain arrives as punishment or baptism, depending which priest you ask. Drenched silk clings to knobby knees as you ford a swollen stream. Current tugs at your waist until you remember the mango trick from your old life. Spit a seed, watch the water split like a pomegranate. Midriver, you pause to scrub armpits with sand. Historians will call this your first documented miracle as an ascetic. You call it not wanting to smell like a wet water buffalo. The sun bakes your skull into a mud brick. A cowherd offers buttermilk in a cupped leaf, his eyes darting to your tarnished nose ring. The liquid turns to ghee on your tongue, then molten gold in the vessel. He yelps, dropping it. The ensuing puddle hardens into a lingam shape, cows now licking it like a salt block. Their milk production triples by evening. By week's end, your reflection in a brass bowl shocks even you, collarbones sharp enough to slice moonlight. Hair matted with unidentified sap. A passing merchant mistakes you for a demoness until his oxen kneel as you pass. My mother-in-law granted more boons, he mutters, tossing a coin. You bury the money under a termite mound. Termites later build their queen's chamber in the shape of Ganesha. Sleep deprivation conjures mirages, dancing beggars with your husband's face temple towers built from mango pits. Once, you swear a jackal offers you betel nut. Staggering past a cremation ground, you trip over a half-charred log. It's a poet's corpse clutching a palm leaf manuscript. The verses flood your mind, uninvited, future lyrics you'll sing to calm tsunamis. You leave 2 blossoms in his eye sockets. Crows later nest in the vacant orbits. Hardships multiply like altar rats. A landlord's men block the road, demanding toll fees for ghost pilgrims. Your laugh comes out raw as an open wound. They brandish sickles until your shadow stretches into a 3-headed giantess. The thugs prostrate themselves, foreheads pressed to your bleeding toes. You whisper a blessing that rots their weapon handles overnight. Onlookers swear the wood sprouts mango flowers while they sleep. Legends outpace your footsteps. At Thiruvalangadu, priests await with a silver palanquin. You ignore it, but pause to bless their sacred grove. Every neem tree fruits mangoes that afternoon, the sour leaves turning sweet as honey. Temple elephants break their chains to gorge themselves. Modern botanists call this aerosolic propagation, but the mangoes still defy grafting techniques. Your final test comes at a widow's hut. She offers rice cakes despite her children's hollow eyes. The food turns to ash in your mouth, a rebuke from the gods. You press your last turmeric-stained coin into her palm. It regenerates into a full purse each time she spends it, though historians will later claim it was simple microloans. That night, you dream of Shiva dancing with your skeleton, his steps polishing your bones to mirrors. Dawn cracks open the sky. You tear your sari's hem to bandage a leper's sores, and the cloth stretches into endless silk. Pilgrims later use strips of it to measure temple towers, their divine yardstick always matching the structure's exact height. Your feet find a rhythm now, pulse syncopating with some distant temple drum. Villagers still mock, but their insults taste like compliments when swallowed. Your stomach growls a Carnatic raga, each cramp syncopating with temple drums miles north. You count 3 moons since swallowing solid food, yet your spit still smells like camphor. A farmer's wife shoves past, her basket of aracy soaking your thigh. Rice clings to your skin, each grain etching red marks that won't scrub off. Later, merchants will auction those markings as fertility symbols. Shading your eyes, you spot a toddy jar abandoned near a well. The first sip curdles on your tongue, souring into yogurt that overflows the vessel. Village dogs lap at the spill, their ribcages plumping with each gulp. One mutt licks your foot ulcer, its mangy fur regrowing in glossy patches. You name him Velan, after the first priest who denied you alms. Hunger paints hallucinations on the noonday sun, steaming lentil cakes, your mother's fish curry, the wedding sweets you never tasted. A stone idol materializes beside the road, its bowl overflowing with boiled chickpeas. When you scatter them for ants, the statue's copper tongue tarnishes green. Pilgrims later pay to drink the oxidized rainwater pooling there, claiming it cures jaundice. Your hip bones jut like shelf stones. A toddy tapper's daughter offers roasted grams, her palms greasy from stolen kitchen oil. The legumes squirm into living maggots mid-bite. Most saints fail this test. Shiva whispers through parched lips you no longer own. You swallow every wriggling speck. Historians still argue whether this counted as breaking your fast or transcending it. Velan shadows you through peanut fields. His paws kick up pottery shards, each etched with Chola charity laws from Rajendra's reign. You pocket one fragment to scratch your scalp. Unaware archivists will later authenticate it as 9th century welfare policy. The dog's stomach growls louder than yours. When you sigh, 3 rice grains materialize in your palm. Split them. One for Velan, his tail thumping against your shin. One for the crow eyeing your earlobe. One planted in cracked earth. By sunset, a seedling pierces the dirt, its stalks heavy with forbidden red rice. Farmers till midnight trying to uproot it, their sickles snapping against iron-strong stems. Liquid moonlight pools in your collarbones, a drinking trough for geckos. You pluck a bloated tick from Velan's ear. It bursts into saffron threads, scenting the air better than temple incense. A passing salt trader sniffs too deep, his mule's mange vanishing mid-sneeze. He leaves a sack of brown sugar as tribute. You feed it to fire ants. Their hill now oozes crystallized syrup every monsoon. Breath grows optional. One afternoon, you forget to inhale. Cobwebs form between your teeth. Velan noses your ribs, whining, until you cough up a string of jasmine buds. Thread them through his collar. The flowers never wilt, even when he rolls in carcasses. Bandits later skin him for the magic garland, but the pelt curses their dream for 14 generations. Rainy season turns paths to sludge. You chew neem leaves to mute hunger pangs, their bitterness staining your teeth black. Women mock your smile until there's a yet erka a el a cloud over with your visage. An astrologer declares it Shiva's omen. Every household now brushes with neem twigs at dawn. Dental historians will note a regional cavity drop this decade. Velan disappears during the new moon. You find him digesting a kingfisher, blue feathers stuck between his fangs. He vomits the bird alive, but its song now echoes your childhood lullabies. Fishermen pay in silver for its morning choruses, believing the tunes lure mullet into nets. The kingfisher starves itself singing. You let it perch on your thumb, both trembling with empty futures. A landslide traps you in a granite crevice. 2 days pass, lichen your only nutrient. On the 3rd dawn, quartz veins in the rock seep coconut milk. You lap at the stone Velan, knowing a parallel groove below. Modern geologists blame capillary action, but locals still chip the cliff face, mixing granite dust into infant formula. Festival drums tempt you toward a banana grove. Wealthy patrons toss sweet pongal at shrines, the rice paste sizzling where it hits marble. You salvage a scorched clump from a drain. It congeals into a bronze amulet mid-bite. Your molar cracks on its surface. The amulet's sold next morning to fund a widow's silk loom. Your ankles swell with famine edema. Village brats poke the spongy flesh, giggling when indents remain. You teach them to press designs into your skin, lotus patterns, chariot wheels, the 8-armed avatar. Mothers later pay those same brats to print blessings on their doorsteps, mud replicas of your famine art. Velan digs up a frog carcass, then whimpers as it resurrects in his jaws. The amphibian croaks hymns only you recognize, Patanjali's verses corrupted into frog spawn lullabies. You swallow it whole to end the sacrilege. Now nightmares come riveted. At a crossroad shrine, you collapse beside a rice measure etched with Nell Poral glyphs, ancient traders' volume marks. Dust fills the bowl, becomes red rice by sunrise. Priests declare it perpetual prasadam, until villagers realize it only replenishes if stolen. Your footprints circling the measure birth a new tax system, half to temples, half to mice shrines. The final surrender tastes like iron. You bite your tongue to stay conscious, blood tainting your spit pink. Velan laps it up, his howls maturing into human sobs. The next well you pass reflects a 12-year-old girl's face, your own features blurred like wet clay. A washerman's donkey bows to this phantom, snapping its tether to nuzzle your phantom cheek. Dawn leaks through your pores, each sunbeam stretching your shadow into a dozen tendrils. One brushes a starving toddy collector. His bamboo pole instantly droops with fruit, sap fermenting directly into wine. He drinks himself blind. You drain his vomit, the alcohol igniting your empty gut without warmth. The village erects a prohibition edict in your name, carved from the same mango which you once blessed. Velan dies during the leanest moon. You cradle his stiff body for 3 days, flies avoiding him like sanctified ground. On the 4th morning, his fur cracks open, releasing 5 green parrots that recite your unfinished hymns. Their droppings sprout tamarind trees where only neem should grow. Merchants sell the hybrid saplings as argument resolvers. Couples bury leaves under their mattresses. Your final fast before enlightenment begins with a betel nut. You chew until gums bleed, spit it onto a lotus leaf. The juices crystallize into a ruby pendant. A queen's envoy gallops past. His horse tramples the gem into powder. Tonight, he'll dissolve into a puddle of beetles' spit, his armor clattering empty in the monsoon mud. Digestive silence becomes your true voice. When crows caw at sunset, your ribs vibrate in perfect harmony. You sing along, no words, just the moan of an empty stomach resonating through mango groves. Every fruit within a league ripens instantly, then rots before reaching baskets. Agrarian texts will blame a fungal blight. You know better, Shiva's laughter has terrible timing. Velan's ghost brings dream rice each midnight, steaming portions shaped like your lost nose ring. You let the portions cool, feed them to fireflies. Their abdomens glow hot enough to cauterize wounds. Midwives catch them in linen nets for childbirth emergencies. The fireflies die after one use, tiny carcasses spelling moksha in Tamil script across hospital floors. The temple reeks of palm wine before you. Hear their slurred chants. 8 drunks stumble through the sanctum, their loot sacks gaping like hungry mouths. One trips over a milk jug, his toenail ripping off on the mossy floor. Historians will later note this was standard. Chola-era brasswork temples required nightly milk offerings to cool the god's stone feet. Break the dancing bastard. A pickaxe swings at Nataraja's raised heel, the bronze alloy, singing a high C sharp. Metal shards spray your cheek. The drunken smith licks his chipped blade, his tongue parting around a sliver of sacred metal. By sunrise, his wife will brew it into a miscarriage tea, crushed temple bronze, being the era's sketchiest contraceptive. You press hands over bleeding ears, the icons. Screams outpierce human vandalism. Parvati's marble palm shatters first. Then Ganesha's prosthetic tusk. A looter pockets the ivory fragment, not knowing merchants will later pass it off as dinosaur bone. His great-granddaughter wears it as a hairpin during her own temple robbery trial. Tears slicken your palms before you feel them fall. One droplet hits a fractured lingam, ceramic edges fusing smooth as a river stone. The drunkard grinding his heel on the pieces slips, cracking his skull on the now whole icon. His blood trickles into the base groove, exactly where priests pour ritual ablutions. 4 men attack Saraswati's veena. The instrument snaps, its strings recoiling like cobras. One wire garrots a vandal's thick neck, his choked laugh gurgling into silence. You collect the slackened string, its tension now matching your vocal cords. Later, you'll strum it against a coconut tree, summoning mangoes that cure deafness, but also cause explosive diarrhea. Someone's torch ignites the offering curtains. Flames lick at Krishna's wooden calves until your next teardrop hits the blaze. Smoke solidifies into a black pearl, rolling into the gutters where rats battle over its heat. Temple accountants will spend decades debating if this counts as loss of sacred property or divine asset relocation. The last looters flee with armfuls of stone fingers. Thunder brews overhead, your uvula vibrating with unwept grief. Rain erupts, each drop etching gold leaf onto broken murals. A disembodied hand regenerates around a stolen thumb, its grip crushing the thief's windpipe as he crosses the temple threshold. Dawn filters through shattered latticework. You kneel to scrub bloody footprints, your sari hem reconstructing mosaic tiles where it drags. The restored Kali icon winks, her freshly cemented tongue lolling inches from your ear. Good help's so hard to find, she whispers, 8 arms flexing with popcorn sounds of setting mortar. Pilgrims arrive to find deities mid-reassembly. Ganesha's trunk reattaches as a priest chants, the join gleaming brighter than original craftsmanship. A child points to Vishnu's Sudarshana chakra, now shaped like a drunkard's molar. Temple trustees declare this aesthetic evolution, but records prove they owed that particular sculptor 12 gold coins. You pluck a jasmine bud from the rubble. It unfurls in your palm, petals staining themselves turmeric yellow to match the sanctum floor. Thread it through a vandal's dropped nose ring. When his widow wears it, the flower strangles her septum, yet cures her cataracts. Fashionable suffering becomes all the rage in coastal villages. Noon sun bakes the courtyard. Shadows from repaired spires sketch forgotten hymns across your blistered feet. A beetle tries sweeping them up, the broom catching fire when it touches the third stanza. Scholars still argue whether the incident involved spontaneous combustion or just really careless camphor storage. By twilight, every vandal's home suffers poetic reversals. The pickaxe wielder's rice harvest sprouts nails. The fire starter's well flows with lamp oil, unusable for drinking or irrigation. Worst off, the thief who stole Nandi's emerald eyes. His prize melted into earwax, but retained its 24-carat shimmer. Black marketeers pay him in cow dung for unsuccessful cleaning rituals. You nap against the renovated sanctum wall, your spine aligning with hidden stress fractures. A termite chewing your hair freezes mid-bite, its jaws fossilizing into miniature lingams. Ants now worship this new colony member, offering aphid eggs at its calcified antennae. Morning finds the chief priest scrutinizing your face. He licks a thumb to scrub your forehead, his saliva sizzling off in a saintly steam. Stay, he croaks, tossing you a rusted key to the granary rats. You swallow it instead, sharp edges carving new mantras into your intestinal lining. The rats get the message. They start stockpiling lentils in your abandoned sandals. Rain returns at moonrise. Each droplet contains a mirrored shard of the night of shattered idols. Village girls collect them in clay pots, unaware the water gradually turns their reflections into yours. When the first girl marries, her groom faints at the altar, convinced he's wedding a stone idol. The marriage lasts 43 years, unusually faithful for the region. Your left pinky nail snaps off, polished smooth by tears. You bury it beneath the flagpole. By next monsoon, a black lotus blooms there, its roots sieving gold from rainwater. Guards later mine the flowers to bribe tax collectors until the petals disintegrate upon touching royal palms. The temple's new murals unsettle scholars. Between scenes of cosmic dance, crude graffiti depicts drunken figures vomiting rubies. Art historians still debate whether these are symbolic representations of remorse or just the surviving looters trying to stay relevant. The village well exhales damp secrets as they drag you through silt-caked streets. 10 men, maybe 12, their breath sour with last night's stolen temple wine. You count their shadows instead, each one stubby and knife-edged in the noon sun. Historians will later unearth a Chola-era legal codex here. Drowning was the prescribed punishment for miraculous disturbances. The bailiff's sandal slips on a cowpat, his curses blending with a distant vendor selling fried lentil cakes. Purify the witch. A thumbless farmer spits beetle juice on your forehead, the stain blooming into a perfect third eye. They hoist you over the well's mossy rim, your sorry tears against jagged bricks, one thread snagging a century-old coin wedged between stones. Treasure hunters will later debate if it's Pandian gold, though X-rays prove it's just a rusted button from a British colonial coat. Darkness swallows you whole, then erupts in floating lotus pads. Each petal glows like a snipped moon fragment. Your spine hits water that feels wrong. Too thick, too patient. The surface freezes mid-splash, crystal droplets suspending your braid in a cobweb of ice. Through the warped lens, you see persecutors leaning too close, their noses pressing against the frozen well mouth. The ice cracks. You sink through liquid that parts like velvet stage curtains. Toes brush something colder than water, a stone hand grasping your ankle. Not drowning, being received. Air bubbles escape your nostrils, each shaping itself into a miniature Nataraja statue before dissolving. One lingers, dancing its way up to burst against a drunkard's cheek. He wipes it off his skin, blistering into a perfect bindi shape. Your lungs burn, not FROM Chinese letter, but from unlaughed jokes. Water floods your windpipe and tastes like overstepped jasmine tea. A flash of gold you bite instinctively. The jug materializes between your teeth, its terracotta belly sloshing with something that is not water. Historians still argue whether it was a literal vessel or just the villagers' paranoia made liquid. You breach the surface wearing a crown of algae. The crowd recoils, half expecting tentacles or fangs. Instead, you offer the jug with chattering teeth. Thirsty. The words vibrate the water's surface, etching Tamil verses onto the well walls. A beetle grabs the jar first, drinking deep despite his wife's screams about poisoned offerings. His Adam's apple bobs 11 times. When he lowers the vessel, his cataract-clouded eyes shine clear as a monsoon sky. They descend like vultures on a carcass. 23 villagers jostle for the jug, elbowing ribs and tearing earlobes. A weaver's daughter laps spilled drops from the dust, her tongue turning indigo blue. She'll spend the fortnight vomiting beautiful Sanskrit sonnets, a frustrating side effect for an illiterate 15-year-old. The well water boils behind you, steam sculpting itself into a giant hand. It flicks the empty jug into the crowd, cracking 3 skulls with ceramic precision. Blood mingles with the last sacred drops, each hybrid bead rolling away to sprout miniature shrines in rat holes. Your persecutors drop to their knees, foreheads pressed to mud that sucks at their skin like a jealous lover. You wring out your hair, the runoff coiling into a pet python that strangles nothing. A cobbler's infant daughter reaches for it, her giggles melting the snake into honey. Her parents will sell the golden goo as divine syrup, pocketing enough to fund their third failed spice stall. Dusk finds you curled in the drained well, digging silt from under fingernails. A diamondback viper nestles in your collarbone hollow, its venom glands swelling with what looks suspiciously like coconut milk. Villagers toss down palm leaf apology, notes weighted with tamarind candy. The viper eats both, its scales hardening into armor engraved with customer complaints. Midnight brings the first miracle hangover. The beetle who drank deepest now sweats through 7 cotton robes, each sweat stain mapping the Chola Empire's trade routes. His wife scribbles them onto parchment, sells the cloying-smelling charts to a passing merchant. They'll end up in a Portuguese explorer's saddlebag, accidentally guiding him to create 12 useless colonial outposts. You awaken to the well refilling itself, one tear at a time. Mothers lower colicky babies in reed baskets, the water rewriting their birth charts through damp osmosis. A teen thief tries bottling the liquid, only to find it evaporates unless carried in cupped hands. He spends his 30s as a living water vessel, palms permanently welded into a bowl shape. By equinox, the well's rim sprouts iron nails, self-driving themselves into the feet of greedy drinkers. A money lender hobbles through town, his soles ringing like temple bells with each step. Children follow him in procession, chanting blasphemous rhymes about compound interest. You're patching a child's straw doll when they come again. 20 villagers wielding fishing nets and a stolen temple idol. The stone Shiva weighs less than a mango, yet leaves groves in their collective shoulders. Do it properly this time. A widow shrieks, her once cloudy eyes now a disconcerting shade of silver. They weight your ankles with copper coins from the well's depths. You sink faster this time, water folding itself into staircases that collapse as you descend. The stone hand greets you again, this time offering a comb made from whalebone and dried regrets. You style the seaweed tangles into a courtly braid, the water approving with a warm current up your spine. Surfacing requires coughing up 7 keys, each stamped with a different god's sigil. The villagers store them in a pickled mango jar, forgetting them, until monsoon floods pickle the entire village. Your final laugh echoes through submerged rooftops, bubbles forming jagged Tamil letters that read better luck next eternity. The well dries up that night, its mud cracking into a smile wider than your arms can span. Farmers' daughters scoop the clay for pottery class, their vases ringing with echoes of your swallowed laughter. One overambitious pupil sculpts a life-sized replica of you, the kiln firing it into a glass statue that weeps during the rainy season. Tourists toss coins at its feet, unaware the droplets are just leaking roof water mixed with pigeon crap. You leave at dawn, your sari stiff with evaporated miracles. Behind, the well erupts in a chorus of frog songs. Not real frogs, not exactly. More like the idea of frogs, sung through the teeth of every villager who ever swallowed its water. Their children will inherit this croak, a primal hum underlying all first words and death rattles. Historians will misattribute it to regional throat-singing traditions, but you'll always recognize the rhythm. The forest greets you with mosquito hymns, their buzz synced to your pulses, irregular thrum. Moonlight dies at the tree line, leaving you to navigate by the glow of bioluminescent centipede tracks. Chola kings once preserved these woods for temple incense, though now it's mostly home to spiders weaving silk thicker than your regrets. You snap a twig underfoot, the sound echoing 7 times. A macaque hurls half-rotten jackfruit at your head, missing by precisely the width of a prayer bead. Your sari snags on wait-a-bit thorns, each release sounding like a sensor chain rattling. The air smells of crushed beetle leaves and crispines. Your stomach growls a 3rd century trading route, turns out miracles burn calories faster than a Chola chariot race. You trip over a moss-cushioned boulder, its surface carved with folk curses against forest spirits. One translates roughly to "May termites infest your sacred thread," a popular insult in local temple graffiti. That's when the growl hits, not through ears, but diaphragm. A tiger's breath warms your neck before you see its stripes. Its eyes glow like overripe mangoes, pupils slit with the precision of a scribe's quill. You freeze mid-exhale, a trickle of sweat drawing Shiva's crescent moon on your collarbone. The beast sniffs your old-slick hair, licks a temple ash streak from your brow. Its tongue rasps like a Vishnu idol's sandstone foot. Rumor says Gangoid monks once smuggled tiger whiskers into elixirs, claiming they cured excessively democratic thinking. The big cat sneezes in your face, its breath reeking of deer blood and jasmine attar. Instead of fangs at your throat, you feel its massive head nudge your hip. A ride request. You mount the striped warmth, fingers buried in fur dents as temple tapestry threads. Historians still argue whether these forest accounts are literal or starvation hallucinations recorded as scripture. Jungle shadows congeal around you, the tiger stepping over viper nests like they're cracks in a child's hopscotch grid. Fireflies mimic your childhood village's lamp rows, until the cat snaps 3 mid-flight with show-off precision. Crunched insect shells taste like overly optimistic birthday cake. You pass a clearing where spotted hyenas bow, their usual cackles muted into devotional hums. One presents a human femur polished smooth as a priest's offering bowl. You decline with a head shake, the hyena chewing it mournfully like rejected festival candy. Dawn finds you braiding mangosteen rinds into the tiger's fur, its purr vibrating through your shins. The beast deposits you at a termite mound shaped like a dancing Ganesha trunk cocked in eternal mid-snack. Ants march up your arm, each carrying dewdrop parcels too perfect for mere insects. Your stomach growls again, this time answered by ripe figs falling in a spiral around your ankles. The first bite floods your mouth with juice sweeter than temple donations. And 12 times thicker, a monitor lizard drags its bulk onto your lap belly, bloated with stolen goose eggs. You scratch its armored throat, claws retracting into velveteen nubs. It belches, the stench of sulfur and lotus pollen making your eyes water. The tiger yawns, revealing a constellation of meat chunks between its teeth, nearly spelling ohm in dental calculus. Rain arrives as warm as blood soup, each drop hissing through canopy layers. The tiger vanishes into mist, leaving behind a single whisker that curls into a question mark. You pocket it like a lazy philosopher. Leopards materialize next, circling your makeshift shelter of banana leaves and spider silk. Their cropped tails twitch in unison, batting away storm winds like housewives shooing flies from milk pots. You nap atop a rock shaped like a liar's tongue, dreaming of palace dogs gnawing your childhood dolls. Wake to a pangolin nipping your big toe, its scales folded into Barnum and Bailey armor. It uncurls, revealing a stolen priest's bell clutched in its claws. The clapper's missing, replaced by a dried tamarind seed that somehow chimes. You shake it once, the sound flattening the rain into a still pond around your ankles. By twilight, the predators form a committee. A sloth bear offers honeycomb chunks, still twitching with confused worker bees. Jackals regurgitate monsoon mushrooms that glow like unearthed rubies. Even the termites collaborate, spitting fermented sap into a hollow log. You sip the tangy brew, fingertips buzzing with the false courage of mild alcohol. A king cobra performs a kuthu dance, hood flaring in time to your hiccups. Critics would pan its footwork, but the emotional honesty, award-worthy. You're dozing against a toddy palm when the tiger returns, a still-kicking blackbuck, fawn in its jaws. The meal is shared without ceremony, blood bonding, faster than matrimonial promises. Its tongue scrubs your forearms clean with industrial efficiency. The forest breathes around you, exhaling decades of discarded prayers and snake skins. Somewhere, a woodpecker taps out Morse code insults about your stained teeth. Morning brings a tick, parade up your spine, each parasite too holy to swat. The tiger deposits you at a shrine overgrown with strychnine vines. Its final roar shakes coins from the offering box, bronze discs spinning like tossed gambling tokens. You pocket 7, each stamped with a different forgotten king's insecurities. The beast dissolves into dappled light, leaving claw marks in the laterite that'll one day be mistaken for temple carvings. Historians will later find tiger DNA in the shrine's oil lamps, though devotees insist it's just bad PCR technique. School kids on field trips will scratch initials into the stones, their graphite prayers lingering until the next monsoon. As for you, you're already knee-deep in a bog that bubbles with the ghosts of failed ascetics, their breath forming marsh gas prophecies. The mud sucks at your ankles, whispering kitchen recipes it learned from your mother's ghost. The bog spits you onto a silt bank, knees crusted with gloop that'll harden into DIY pottery by noon. Villagers find you like that, fingers combing leeches from your hair while reciting Shiva's 1,000 names backward. Their torches throw Javanese shadow puppet shapes on the mangroves. A stag fight here, a lovelorn demon there. One farmer pokes your ribs with a banana stalk, testing for corporeality. His sickle bears the Chola Dynasty's tiger crest, 3 grooves worn smooth from harvesting rebellion and rice. They march you to a palace, sweating monsoon damp through its limestone pores. Courtiers fan themselves with palm leaf tax records, their armpit hair dyed blue with imported indigo. The king's throne sits on a mound of devalued coins, his crown tilted to hide a childhood cowlick. You notice his toe rings set with Roman glass, a trash import recycled into royalty. He demands proof of divinity with the petulance of a man who's never waited for monsoons. Make Saraswati's lute play or peel your skin like a mango. Murmurs swirl about last week's failed eclipse prediction. Court astrologers now hoeing yam fields. You ask for a mirror, the request ricocheting through whispers. A servant brings a bronze disc polished with tamarind paste, its surface warped by 1,000 vanity checks. Historians still argue whether this moment was spiritual theater or early mass psychosis. You press your cheek to the cold metal breath, fogging a temporary mandala. When you pull back, the reflection keeps smiling. Your fingers sink into mirrored flesh like overripe fruit. The court's gasp sinks with a distant peacock screech. Peel. First layer. Sun-browned pilgrim skin falling away in a sheet thinner than temple rice paper. Beneath glows muscle, threaded with gold arteries, pulsing like liquid rubies. The queen faints into a tray of betel nuts, her sindoor smear leaving a Rorschach blot on a eunuch's shin. Second layer. Subcutaneous fat shimmering like monsoon clouds at dusk. A priest's conch shell cracks from the tension. Third layer, cartilage and bone, lit from within a lantern show for terrified nobles. Your disembodied face floats above the mirror tongue, still forming half a hymn. Brahmin scholars will later cite this as evidence of Maya's illusions, while nationalist poets declare it the first Dravidian cinema. The king's crown slips, revealing that cowlick in all its rebellious glory. He shouts something about sorcery and salt taxes, voice cracking like a teen scribe's first courtroom transcript. You toss the skin sheet at his feet. It lands with a wet slap, molding into a perfect map of the kingdom's disputed border regions. Ministers scramble to preserve it, dabbing at river deltas with their silk turbans. The smell of roasted cumin mixes with panic sweat, creating an aroma later sold as royal epiphany incense. Reassembly begins with a yawn. Sinews reknit themselves to the tune of a washerwoman's laundry-slapping rhythm. Capillaries bloom like jasmine buds under a full moon. Someone vomits into the throne's coin pile, the acidic stench melting copper into abstract art. Your final eyelash clicks into place just as the executioner trips over his own axe. Laughter escapes you soft and bright as needle rain on a tin roof. The sound shatters every wax seal in the royal archive. Future historians will blame termites. Guards drag you out backwards, your heels etching drunken lotus patterns in the mud. They dump you at a crossroads where 5 cremation grounds merge. Crows fight over a skeletal hand, still clutching a diplomat's revoked safe passage scroll. You're picking bone fragments from your hair when a passing leper offers roasted gram, his fingers fused into sacred Rudraksha bead shapes. The snack tastes like burnt apologies, with a hint of palace-grade ghee. Night falls with the heaviness of a wet funeral shroud. A compulsion leads you to a riverside dargah, its Sufi caretaker brewing star anise tea with river silt. He nods at your freshly healed face, serves the drink in a bowl made from a cranium fragment. The inscription reads property of tax collector 23. Dawn finds you teaching parrots to blaspheme. Their squawks attract a yogi who's been meditating inside a hollow banyan since the Gupta era. His beard houses a thriving mouse civilization. They peek out like furry census takers. Together, you rewrite Vedantic hymns into limericks, the mice transcribing them on bark parchment. By midday, the king's decree arrives, nailed to a mango tree by a dyslexic herald. It bans mirrors, speculative theology, and mango exports to Sri Lanka. Villagers will later use the scroll to roll tobacco, igniting debates. With every puff, you drift westward, following the smell of overripe arguments. A toddy tapper mistakes you for his runaway wife, offers fermented palm nectar as reconciliation. The brew unravels your braids into a storm cloud, each strand debating Upanishadic paradoxes. You leave him passed out under a parasol of fighting squirrels, their tails braided into a passable fishnet. The horizon blurs, heat, haze fusing with unresolved plot threads. A cyclone's first breath tousles your sari into a rebellion banner. Somewhere behind you, palace architects redesign windows to avoid reflective surfaces. Their stained glass depicts your face as a multi-layered dessert, delicious but impossible to digest. Historians will later find Tamil love poems scrawled under the throne dais, crude drawings of your bone structure, adorned with wedding jewelry. The quirky part: carbon dating places them 3 centuries before your birth, a fact academics dismiss as seasonal calibration errors. Dusk brings a familiar itch between your shoulder blades, the king's curse taking form as a third arm. It's polite, fetches drinking water, writes surprisingly elegant haiku. You let it pet a passing mongoose, its nails catching the last light like miniature scimitars. By the time you reach the next village, the arms dissolved into a scar shaped like a mocking salute. Children pelt you with tamarind pods, their aim sharpened by caste gossip. One fruit hits your temple, oozing sap that hardens into a passable bindi. You wink, the gesture spawning a new folk deity devoted to ironic blessings. The road ahead smells of burnt sugar and unresolved plotlines. Your shadow stretches east, stitching kingdoms together with its fraying hem. Somewhere, a mirror cracks in a deserted palace, its shards rearranging into a face that winks back. Heat shimmers lift you toward Chidambaram's gate, blurring the Kanchipuram towers into molten gold. Your shadow stretches 3 strides ahead, always dissolving at the sanctum's forbidden threshold. Guards wave spears tipped with jasmine garlands, their armor clinking with pilgrim coins. One recognizes your third eye smudge, veers his blade upward to skewer a mango instead. The inner courtyard reeks of roasted rice and unresolved karma. Priests circulate with baskets of parched grain, offerings so stale they'd crack a beggar's tooth. You scoop a handful from a novice's tray, the grains sharp as 7th century curse tablets. Your palm sweats Tamil prayer syllables, each bead of moisture imprinting the rice with tiny lotus buds. When you toss the offerings skyward, gravity blinks. The grains freeze midair, glowing like miniature suns caught in Shiva's hair. Temple dancers' anklets stall mid-jingle, their arched feet suspended above cracked flagstones. A priest's beard collects hovering rice, each strand electing representatives to taste test divinity. Silence. Then ambrosia. The transformed grains drip honeyed milk that rewrites genetics. A one-armed devotee licks his forearm, sprouts a new limb fruiting with mango blossoms. Temple cats abandon rat hunts to lap at puddles, their purrs vibrating hidden Nandi statues into movement. Even the stone bull's tail switches flies with sudden vigor. Scribes rush to document the miracle. Their palm leaves sprouting roots through palace floorboards. Ink turns syrupy, drowning 3 royal genealogies in a glucose flood. You swipe a finger through the mess, taste centuries of conquest regurgitated as marzipan. Historians still argue whether Chidambaram's golden roof tiles predate the Vijayanagara Empire or just the guilt of tax-evading jewelers. What's undeniable, those gilded slabs ripple like living skin during your offering, dawn light fractures into prismatic hymns, staining the southern tower with a permanent rainbow patina. A drummer's child pockets 7 magic grains. They hatch into silver beetles, chewing through her debt bondage contract. Her master chases the glowing swarm, trips into a well. Surfaces decades later, preaching in fluent Pali. You're halfway through improvising a rice mandala when the head priest arrives, his silk dhoti embroidered with apology money. He offers sanctum access, plus a complimentary foot washing, using Ganges water stored in Alexander the Great's abandoned canteens. The liquid smells suspiciously like fermented mare's milk, but hey, free spa day. Inside the inner shrine, darkness hums. Granite walls press closer with each breath, architecture reenacting cosmic contraction. Your toes brush something warm, and breathing on the floor, maybe a sleeping priest. Maybe Shiva's favorite bull playing dead. The altar stone feels like petrified honeycomb, its pores oozing rhythms from the universe's first drum solo. A single grain remains in your fist, charred black during some forgotten kitchen fire. You spit-shine it against your earlobe, set it beside the dancing Shiva idol. The temple's central bell rings itself, a sound that unbraids every woman's hair in a 6-village radius. The grain sprouts, not upward, inward. Its husk becomes a throat, reciting the lost Kedara Gita from erased palm leaf manuscripts. The hymn reshapes temple pillars into swaying nagas, their cobra hoods sprouting third eyes that drip liquid sapphire. A priestess's nose ring levitates, threads itself through 12 stone ceilings, becomes a makeshift lightning rod for divine static. By twilight, the entire complex smells like a celestial bakery. Farmers report sacred bulls plowing fields in reverse, seeds sprouting before hitting soil. You're nibbling on candied chant fragments when novice monks arrive, bearing a stolen Qing Dynasty teapot filled with moonlight. Their shaved heads reflect distorted versions of your face, each pimple a potential new universe. Drink steaming shadow, savor constellations swirling in porcelain. Somewhere beneath your feet, secret tunnels throb with the temple's inverted shadow structure. Rumor claims they're paved with broken mridangam drums, their animal skin heads still humming with Tyagaraja's rejected compositions. A bureaucrat arrives, silk pouch jingling with bribe coins minted during your skin-peeling spectacle. He demands copyright over the rice miracle, offers you 12% of all future ambrosia tax revenue. You redirect his purse into a beggar's bowl. Watch copper turn to honeycomb that births disoriented hornets. They chase him past the flagstaff, sting his buttocks into a semi-divine rash. Future pilgrims will touch the swollen welts for fertility blessings, their children born with hexagonal birthmarks. Nightfall brings conch shell lullabies. You bed down in the temple's abandoned chariot depot, dream of termites devouring the Vedas. A mouse prince offers beetle nut tribute, his crown fashioned from a dried scorpion. Dawn's first rays hit the sanctum's hidden mirror wall, the one not even head priests acknowledge. Your reflection winks, holds up a rice grain glowing like Krishna's stolen butter. Footsteps approach, bare soles slapping stone in 11-beat cycles. A cook's assistant prostrates, offers jaggery stolen from the goddess's prasadam basket. His left kneecap bears a tattoo of your mango miracle, rendered in henna so fresh it seeps into your shadow. The sun climbs. Sacred cows start licking miracle residue off flagstones, their tongues turning gold mid-lick. A toddler draws your face in rice flour. His finger strokes a line, with Saraswati's Venus strings. By noon, the entire complex levitates half a finger width above its foundations. Only the drunkard's sweeping flower petals notices. He chalks it up to toddy withdrawal. You pat his shoulder, leave a sweaty palm print that grows into a sacred tulsi plant. Heat haze blurs the horizon into a watercolor judgment. Your ankles itch with the knowledge of 7 incoming pilgrims. 3 friendly, 4 carrying poisoned sugar. Temple bells count down their approach, each clapper strike resonating with your newly molars. You pluck a hair, twist it into a rice measuring scale. One pan holds due the other. A king's stolen crown jewels, balance achieved, equilibrium tastes like salted tamarind. A breeze scatters your improvised altar. The last grain rolls toward the sanctum, pursued by ants writing an epic poem in your honor. Their verse ends mid-metaphor, frozen by a sudden awareness of mortality. You step over their tiny existential crisis, souls collecting Sanskrit glyphs from warm stone. Behind you, the temple's shadow detaches, begins writing its own unauthorized biography in lichen. The temple's lichen autobiography crumbles under your heel, its final chapter smudged across 14 miles of swamp. Mud sucks at your ankles with the desperation of cursed rajas, each bubble bursting with petty grievances. You don't walk the path. It crawls up your shins like a penitent serpent. Your sandals vanish halfway across the mire, swallowed by quicksand that belches 7th century obligation. Ghostly hands bubble up instead, cradling your souls above the filth. Their translucent fingers glow with the weary amber of unpaid death taxes, penance for sins you'd need spreadsheets to comprehend. The swamp stinks of stagnant history. Rotting palm leaf manuscripts bob between lily pads, their Sanskrit letters breeding malarial mosquitoes. You recognize Ashoka's edicts on nonviolence, waterlogged until Dharma morphs into recipes for pickled lotus root. Historians still argue whether Thanjavor's temple corridors were designed for spiritual awe or tax collection efficiency. Here, bureaucratic ghosts haggle with your spectral porters, trading swamp silt for imagined tax breaks. Their ledger entries phosphoresce, briefly illuminating the gnarled trees clutching suicide victims' teeth. You hum a merchant's qawwali. Its rhythm syncs with the ghost's shuffling gait. Their chains dissolve note by note, freeing skeletal jaws to recount their endings. One hanged for stealing temple ghee, another drowned in a dowry well, a third burned alive translating Rigvedic hymns into bird calls. Your dirge takes shape, a lullaby of rotten fruit and shattered betrothal necklaces. The swamp stills, shadows pooling like spilled ink. Forgotten suicides rise waist deep in the muck, their faces blurred by centuries of monsoons. They clutch your hem, not begging mercy, but eager to donate their grief. By dawn, the ghosts have lightened their loads and their outlines. One lingerer offers a mud-stained love letter, its Prakrit script dissolving into your kneecap. You taste tamarind-tinged heartbreak, spit out a silver nose ring that births midges. Archaeologists recently proved Chola kings used temple elephants to transport tax rice, though none explain the elephant-shaped depression in your left footprint. The mud here remembers, secreting bronze coins in your toe prints. They're fake tin cores wrapped in gilt-gilded foil. Your spectral bearers dissolve at the swamp's edge, released by the weight of your unfinished song. Their final gift, a map of Tamil Nadu drawn in leech tracks. You follow the squirming lines, feet readjusting to unassisted earth. Sunlight warms the snakebite scars on your calf, old wounds humming with residual venom. A kingfisher dive bombs your earlobe, drops half a Mina's eggshell in your hair. Inside, miniature ghosts recreate the Battle of Takalam with centipede armies. Historians still argue whether 3rd century suicide ponds were sacred sites or feudal irrigation scams. You know better, spotting an orphaned shadow clinging to your hip bone. It hums the last 3 verses of your swamp dirge, harmonizing with the crunch of snail shells underfoot. Typewriter crickets assault the noon heat, their metallic clicks transcribing your journey into Marathi subscripts. You trade a fingernail clipping to a toddy tapper. He claims it'll graft onto his paralyzed arm. His grin reveals a tongue tattooed with salt tax rates, decimals squirming like sperm in lamp oil. Suicide shadows press against tree bark as you pass, their silhouettes straining toward your residual dirge. One tree weeps black sap, its trunk pulsing with 18 choked voices. You smear a fistful onto your eyelids. Visions reveal a marketplace where hanged weavers hawk cloth woven from their own noose fibers. Dusk finds you at a crossroad shrine littered with broken terracotta horses. A one-legged beggar offers gutter water in a hollowed lemon, his missing limb dissolved while fording a holy river's mercury tributary. You drink, taste the Chhatrapati's stolen war, elephants dying of monsoon fever. Nightfall brings cooler terrors. A pack of jackals circles. Their leader walks upright, clutching a palm leaf suicide note. You recite the dead scribe's unfinished poem. The beasts collapse, vomiting bronze statue fragments. They slink away, tails fused into a single critter shaped like a guilty tax collector. The moon lifts your shadow like a baptismal robe. Beneath it, miniature suicides reenact their final moments with leaf puppets. You hum the dirge's lost crescendo, their tiny nooses snap, releasing fireflies that spell moksha in Vedic Morse code. By dawn, only your original shadow remains, stretched thin from carrying departed ones. It steps sideways into a passing ox cart's shade, waves with fingers borrowed from a mogul miniaturist's discarded sketch. Your soles harden into leather, ready for tomorrow's miles. Somewhere ahead, a temple bell digests yesterday's regrets. Behind the swamp exhales its mud, now lighter by 13 billion unspoken sorrows. Fever hits at moonrise, your brow steaming like a rice pot left on dying coals. Shadows stretch into ice floes. The palm leaf hut groans under imaginary glaciers. Your teeth chatter out a hymn, each syllable fracturing into miniature avalanches. Chidambaram Temple's bronze Nataraja flickers in your peripheral vision. Historians agree its cosmic dance pose reflects 9th century metallurgy breakthroughs. Right now, Shiva's frozen breath puddles in your collarbones, his third eye a splintered sapphire drilling through your skull. Delirium rewires geography. The Ganges trickles up your left arm, its icy currents smuggling Himalayan silt under fingernails. Your right foot floats in Lanka's coastal shallows. Toe crustaceans nibble at memories of drier days. Frost creeps through the hut's thatch, forming 6-armed snow deities that melt before completing their madras. You chew neem bark, its bitterness cut with the resin sadhus once smoked for cosmic vertigo visions. 17 translucent tigers materialize, licking fever sweat off your shins. Their tongues leave calligraphic patterns later identified as Proto-Tamil curse tablets. Historians still argue whether 5th century ascetics hallucinated Shiva through devotion, or neem, resin's psychotropic microbes. The tigers debate this too, their growls shaping syllabic arguments in melted ice puddles. One yawns, exhaling a miniature Kailash range that settles in your ribcage. Breath turns visible, each exhale sculpting dancing skeletons that mirror your tremors. Frostbite blooms on your big toe, morphing into a jasmine vine, strangling and granite lingam. You cough. The sound splinters a glacier calving into your gallbladder. A yaksha materializes with a snow leopard's pelt and abacus. He audibly rolls his eyes at your makeshift shrine, ice cubes arranged in yantra patterns around a boiled egg's halo. Mortals, he clicks his fangs, etching tax assessments in the frost. Nightmares arrive as collaborative plays. Ancestors bicker about your unpaid karma debts, their arguments structured like Mogul court minutes. A great-great-uncle's ghost tries freezing your toes off penance for that goat sacrificed. In 3, you kick him into a snowdrift. Watch his mustache icicles dissolve into Vedic algebra equations. Dawn brings false relief. Sunlight refracting through ice crystals paints rainbows on your pus-yellow blanket. Frost Shiva's third eye thaws, dripping metal tang into your mouth. You're briefly convinced you've regurgitated a Chola-era copper coin, until realizing it's just a corroded button from last monsoon. The hut roof caves in, or maybe your spine finally curved under Kailash's imagined weight. 2 glaciers grind together in your cochlea, pulverizing a merchant's caravan into tinnitus. Your prayer beads fuse into an icicle rosary. Snap on attempt number 48. By noon, fever reshapes itself as cosmic joke. You attempt to peel your face like a pomegranate, searching for Shiva in the pulp. Frostbite blisters burst, releasing swarms of heat-proof moths. They flutter north, each wing-beat etching accusations in the permafrost. Delirium's crescendo hits during twilight's chess match. Blood vessels replicate Kailash pilgrimage routes, capillaries delivering glacial silt to your fingernail beds. A Yeti midwife materializes to rebuke your life choices, her claws combing icicles from your armpits. No refunds on enlightenment, she rasps, her breath crystallizing into unsold copies of the Rigveda. Your last coherent thought, Mount Kailash, fits suspiciously well inside your palm leaf hut. Then geography breaks entirely. Himalayan passes. Unzip your sternum, valley winds, cataloging your exposed ribs. Frost Shiva's smile spreads like a glacier erasing foothill villages, his drumbeat sinking with your final premortal shiver. You wake to the stench of rotting lentils, your begging bowl overflowing with maggots, thrice your thumbnail size. Monsoon rains churn the temple steps into mud. A Chola noble's silk slippers squelch beside your blistered feet. His nose wrinkles at your alms until the maggots shimmer into jasmine rice, each grain pulsing like a newborn star. Hunger humiliates caste tonight. Ministers kneel in pigsty muck, their gold-threaded doties sucking at the earth like greedy infants. You portion lentil soup turned nectar onto lotus leaves, the same kind used in royal kitchens to serve honeyed peaches. Someone's ancestor definitely stole that plating technique. But karma's menu has no expiration date. Historians still argue whether your feast employed mass hypnosis or actual alchemy. Water stains on temple murals suggest both. Right now, a banker's wife gnaws mutton from a torn manuscript page, the ink dissolving into saffron broth on her tongue. Your laughter unspools like temple bells, her pearl nose ring tarnishing green as she swallows. Critics called you the leper's chef last monsoon. Now their skepticism rots faster than the alms they scorned. You serve the loudest doubter first, his silver goblet warping into a clay cup mid-sip. The wine tastes richer this way, though his expression suggests swallowed nails. Monkeys raid the dessert platter, their paws transmuting rice cake crumbs into gold leaf, which they promptly fling at his oiled scalp. Mud acts as the great equalizer. An infantry commander's chest plate sinks past his navel. He slurps tamarind soup from cupped hands like a parched farmer. Across the plaza, weavers recognize the patterns in your lentil swirls, replicas of sails from Sankapuri's lost merchant fleet. The sea salt taste makes them weep into their bowls. Your jesters arrive uninvited, bats plucking termites from the air above nobles' heads. Each insect crackles into candied almond, raining down as unintended benevolence. A poet laureate chokes on symbolism, his choking cough syncopating with the bat's sonar hymns. You offer him water, it pours from the jug as wine, then blood, then honey, until he stops asking. The feast outlives daylight. Oil lamps flicker to life inside hollowed-out cucumbers. their seeds sprouting into wicks that burn without smoke. A queen's crown slips into the mud, its rubies dissolving into pomegranate seeds that root between her toes. She'll spend monsoons plucking fruit from her own footsteps, a fact future chroniclers will label metaphorical. Dawn exposes the cost. Nobles stagger home sans jewelry, their finery reduced to frogs leaping back to temple ponds. You lick the last turmeric stain from your palm, savoring how divine mockery smells of wet earth and overripe mango. The real miracle: not a single droplet stained your rags, though the debate over whose pride absorbed the mess continues today. The torchbearers arrive drunk on power and palm wine, their firebrands sketching threats against the moon. A merchant's son trips over his own firewood, proving karma needs no divine intervention. You count 32 logs stacked like a too honest accountant's records, each labeled with accusations in vermilion ink. Blasphemer smells of sandalwood sap, witch reeks of rotting jackfruit, thief carries the tang of monsoon rust. Historians would later note this as early forensic taxonomy, though whether they're joking depends on who's sober. Flames rise with bureaucratic precision, first licks toasting your toes through ash-thick air. Heat blisters the nobles' silk parasols into flaming lotus blossoms, which float upward like reverse rain. Your blouse smolders, but not with fire. The fabric blooms into golden chainmail, molten threads dripping sovereignty onto the coals. Someone's air pockets a cooling droplet. It singes through 3 generations' wealth before dawn. Then comes the tigers, eyes reflecting twice as many flames as physics allows. Their stripes ripple like prison bars, reconsidering their purpose. Claws retracting mid-pounce. 5 beasts circle, then 17, then 34. Your opponent's fear doing the math. The lead tiger yawns, revealing a marketplace's worth of spices in its maw. Because even apex predators need good breath when nomming heretics. A soldier flings his spear. It curves midair to scratch behind the alpha's ear. The purr registers seismic. Terracotta roof tiles shivering into mosaics of your childhood. One particularly stubborn cat drags its flank across the pyre, embers dying to ash in its fur. You're half tempted to ride the pack to the coast, but Chola law frowns on flameproof joyrides. Survivor accounts describe the cats as striped shadows, but temple murals show them polka-dotted. Scholars still debate whether artists used psychedelic mushrooms or just bad lighting. What's certain, the tiger's paw prints left permanent indents in the flagstones centuries later. Toddlers stub toes on divine retribution's copyright symbol. Fire surrenders first, flames bow sideways, each tongue pointing toward the river like chastised children. The heat retreats into a single ember, which glows inside your cupped hands. You blow gently, it zips through the crowd like an incandescent hornet, burning lyre onto every forehead save yours. The branding fades by noon, but the itch resurfaces during each full moon. Tigers linger for the encore. They dismantle the pyre log by log, stacking the wood into a credible replica of Mount Kailash. One overachiever drags in a mango sapling, planting it where the fire's heart once roared. Its roots split the accusation planks, digesting words like heretic as fertilizer. You nod approval. The tree fruits year-round now, its pulp staining prayer flags burgundy. As the cats dissolve into fireflies, a general's wife demands her bracelet back from the alpha's paw. Tiger and noblewoman stare until she remembers that hunting permits work both ways. The jeweled band returns reshaped a crude but functional toe ring. Modern podiatrists would weep, but Shiva's big on recycling. Dawn exposes the guest, lists vulnerabilities. Nobles limp home with scorched pride and flawless skin, their silk shoes replaced by tiger-gnawed palm fronds. You crunch charred pomegranate seeds underfoot. The sound syncs with temple drums 3 villages over. A child's laughter echoes through still smoking beams. Her spit bubbles, replicating the exact shade of damned souls. Regret, the real miracle, survives in tax records. That season's timber shortages mysteriously spared all chariot workshops. Coincidence? The magistrate's report claims mice ate the evidence, but everyone saw the tiger's full bellies. You pocket a tooth left glowing in the ashes. Tomorrow's soup needs seasoning, and irony tastes better shared. Smoke clings to your hair like a jealous lover as you enter the next village, its mud huts hunched like mourners at a funeral you didn't know you'd caused. A boy sprawls in the dust, skin gray as monsoon clouds, fingers tracing shapes only fever reveals. His mother grinds neem leaves to paste. Chola-era hospitals swore by their antiseptic properties. Not that it helps when your patient's chanting in 6 dead languages. You kneel, muscle memory from market stalls, now repurposed for death vigils. The child grabs your wrist with strength that shouldn't exist in those matchstick bones. His whisper rasps like a scribe's stylus. You wore peacock feathers in your 3rd life and died defending a lemon grove. Ash swirls to sketch your former face, dissolving before you can ask about the lemons. Mothers appear like vultures who've traded carrion for cradle boards. Their infants squall with the particular pitch of poisoned breast milk affliction, bouncing wet nurse to wet nurse. You hum a lullaby remembered from a life as a Tamil pirate queen melody sharp enough to sterilize seawater. Milk curdles, then clarifies into liquid moonlight in the clay pots. One baby hiccups. The sound mimics the exact frequency that shatters arsenic crystals. The dying boy's breathing sinks with temple bells miles away, a trick you haven't mastered in 7 incarnations. His final exhale carries the scent of lotus ponds from your 2nd death. As flames eat his pyre, the smoke forms a bridge between here and the 10th century cholera outbreak. Historians still argue whether that epidemic caused mass hallucinations or just really bad mutton. Mourners flinch when the ashes arrange themselves into the boy's grin, hovering midair like a Cheshire funeral mask. You toss a mango pit into the embers. It sprouts instantly, fruit swelling, with a pulp that cures night blindness. Someone mentions regional trade routes, but you're too busy watching toddlers lick residual smoke off their fingers. Nightfall brings a peculiar request. Village elders drag forth a teenage bride, her limbs trembling like newborn fawn. They claim her unborn child kicked so hard it cracked 3 ribs. And could you maybe evict the demon? You press an ear to her belly, hearing not cries, but a lively debate about 12th century tax reforms. Your solution involves turmeric paste and a conch shell filled with tamarind juice. Don't ask of folk remedies rarely make sense. When the baby arrives weeks later, he's born clutching a dried lotus seed from your second incarnation. Midwives swear it's a miracle. You clock it as bad karma from that pirate queen phase. By dawn, the villagers insist you bless their latrines. You compromise by drawing Shiva's trident in the mud, using a stick dipped in betel nut juice. The next traveler to relieve themselves here will experience visions of algebraic perfection or explosive diarrhea. Divine grace works in mysterious ways. A crow lands on your shoulder, its beak gleaming with stolen temple offerings. You let it peck rice from your palm, its claws leaving blood trails that mirror the Ganges tributaries. Some Tamil folktales claim crows carry ancestors' gossip. This one definitely mentioned your terrible handwriting in a past life. As mothers smear their infants with ash from the miracle pyre, you notice the markings resemble astrological charts. One particularly enterprising toddler eats his constellation, his burps ringing like temple bells. Doctors would diagnose iron deficiency. You recognize the beginnings of a decent bard. The village chronicler tries documenting events, but his palm leaf manuscript keeps rearranging itself into recipes for spiced yogurt. Let history remember tonight as it chooses. Truth can't compete with a well-seasoned raita. You pocket a tooth from the funeral pyre, blackened enamel vibrating with that boy's final laugh. Tomorrow's troubles deserve souvenirs too. Mud squelches between your toes. The riverbanks become a quicksilver mirror of the monsoon sky. You're knee-deep in floodwater that shouldn't be here until August. Not that the weather's cared about Chola-era irrigation calendars since the last Dynasty fell. Villagers haul goats onto rooftops, their bleats merging with the creak of collapsing granaries. A fisherman's net drifts by, brimming with silt, and one perfectly preserved brick from Raja's lost treasury. Historians will later debate if it held gold or just really fancy roof tiles. You wade toward the central square, water parting around your legs like curry around a spoon. Your shadow detaches, sliding down the riverbed to collect drowned hopes. It surfaces clutching a child's wooden doll, soggy limbs still waving from last week's abandonment ceremony. The real kicker, that doll's wearing a miniature version of your third life nose ring. Karma's a relentless mimic. A widow thrusts her infant at you, his swaddling clothes heavy with ceremonial coins. Bless him with a warrior's name, she pleads, not realizing his fate's already etched in the sweat-stained ledgers of a future spice guild. You dunk the baby anyway. He resurfaces giggling, with a lotus seed clenched in each fist. Midwives swear 2 seeds mean double blessings. You suspect double the teenage rebellion. Night falls with the subtlety of a drunken elephant. Your shadow now patrols the river's underbelly, harvesting shattered promises from the murk. It returns with a bride's anklet, still chiming the wedding march she never finished. You toss it back. Some ghosts deserve their serenades. Dawn reveals the floodwaters receding, retreating like spooked cobras. Villagers descend from their roofs, stepping gingerly over mud that squirms with resurrected earthworms. A boy shouts, his foot lodged in something beneath the sludge. He pulls free, clutching a brick, carved with Shiva's dancing pose, the mortar still fragrant with 9th century incense. Archaeologists will later call this proof of advanced drainage systems. You remember the mason who sneezed mid-chisel and called it abstract art. Women begin rebuilding their saris, hitched up to reveal calves muscled from decades of stone grinding. Men fetch timber, pretending not to notice every log bears your initials from that brief stint as a forest ranger. The squeak of wet shovels mixes with the click-click-click of the chronicler's stylus, his parchment warping into origami swans whenever he blinks. You kneel where the river ran deepest, fingers brushing silt deposits. The earth pulses, disgorging a corroded merchant's scale. Its bronze pans hold nothing but 7 blackened grains, each etched with prayers to a different incarnation of Shiva. Hungry rats circle, then scatter when the grains hum a devotional tune. Storage pests make terrible choir members. A girl tugs your sleeve, her palm cradling a stone figurine fished from the flood. "Is this you?" she asks, holding up a rain-washed carving of a woman with your exact scowl. The figurine's base bears Prakrit script promising eternal protection from bureaucratic incompetence. A phrase suspiciously absent from official temple records. As the new bricks bake, their clay remembers. Each fracture line traces the madra of a forgotten dance. Each pore inhales smoke from the kiln, exhaling memories of chariot races and betrothal feasts. Someone's hung dried chilies in the gate arch their scarlet skins, mimicking the village accountant's failed attempt at lipstick. You're halfway to the next valley when the chronicler comes panting, his sandals suction cupping the mud with every step. He shoves a scroll into your hands, its freshly inked verses already rearranging into a grocery list. You return it folded into a lotus bud because immortality tastes better with petty defiance. The river sighs behind you, its banks now bristling with unearthed history. Villagers will spend generations debating whether the flood was punishment or invitation. You keep walking, the heel of your left foot still cradling that boy's ash grin, forever smudging your footprints with borrowed joy. Your skin prickles like parchment, held to candlelight, except the flames, the full moon, glaring through monsoon clouds. You hold up a hand, there go your fingers, translucent as rice paper dipped in ghee. Through vanishing flesh, your knuckles gleam, moon-silvered ivory clicking like prayer beads in a nervous monk's grip. 12th century star charts called this the bone moon, when celestial dancers strip mortal forms to their architecture. Locals still leave bronze thali plates out during eclipses, though none admit it's to catch falling teeth. Your right kneecap winks first, a porcelain disc floating in a broth of dissolving muscle. The village well mirrors your decay, its waters turning mercurial as they chart your collapse. You kneel at the pond's edge, ribcage casting a cage-like shadow over lotus pads. A frog croaks the opening line of your childhood lullaby. Smug little historian, dipping one skeletal finger. You carve hymns across the water's skin, each ripple a musical stave. 23 fish swarm to the surface, their gaping mouths shaping the Tamil consonants of An Sivam. Love is God. They'll carry these verses downstream, past 94 irrigation channels and 3 corrupt tax collectors. One carp attempts a high note, producing a sound like a rusted screw in coconut husk. You applaud anyway, your collarbone clattering like bamboo wind chimes. Fading's the easy part. The real work, keeping your spleen from floating off like a disobedient lantern. You tie it down with strands of hair, each gray strand tougher than worship rope. A passing jackal mistakes the glowing organ for a jackfruit. Its confused yelp wakes the monastery. Monks emerge bearing palm leaf manuscripts, ink still wet from copying your grocery lists. Their lantern light fractures through your hip bones, projecting Shiva's dance across banana groves. 10 novices faint, one starts auctioning sacred shadow scraps on the spot. Capitalists, even in enlightenment. Your tongue dissolves mid-mantra, pearl teeth clattering into the pond like misplaced chess pieces. Catfish vortex to claim them, sporting new grins that'll baffle future archaeologists. Ever seen a 14th century mural of a smirking fish? You just invented it. Left foot goes next, toes dissolving into mist that clings to hibiscus blooms. Children will wake tomorrow claiming the flowers whisper multiplication tables. And honestly, those kids could use the help. The worst is your liver, stubborn as a mule in a salt mine. It pulses indignantly through your remaining ligaments, a dying star refusing to exit the cosmic stage. You hum it lullabies from your second incarnation, back when you had working vocal cords. Dawn finds you mostly ghost, with one defiant earlobe clinging to materiality. It hears the fishermen's wives gossiping. They say she melted into the Ganges. No, my cousin swears she became a talking hurricane. Apron pockets rustle with beetle leaves as they invent your legend wholesale. Your final act, spitting a mouthful of moonlight into the village idol's eye. The stone winks back, its pupil now a miniature moon orbiting a bronze iris. Priests will spin this as divine endorsement. You just wanted to make it blink for once, when nothing remains but a thumbprint on a mango leaf. The pond exhales. Fish leap in geometric patterns, spelling out your name in aquatic Morse code. A heron swallows the smartest carp, carrying your gospel straight to the digestive afterlife. The chronicler arrives too late, tripping over your abandoned hip sari. He'll write this scene 17 times, each version angrier than the last. The ink curdles whenever he mentions your nose ring, petty, even in ascension. Monkeys raid the offerings at your makeshift shrine, stealing marigolds to pelt tax collectors. Your half-visible laugh lingers in the banyan tree, shaking leafless branches like skeletal wind chimes. Farmers swear the sound guarantees good harvests, which beats last season's fertilize with peacock tears fiasco. As the bone moon fades, your teeth begin their migration. They'll surface in a Chola dynasty, well 6 centuries from now, mistaken for the world's most vengeful oyster harvest. One molar becomes a queen's pendant. Another gets cemented into a British colonial bridge. Karma recycles. The last thing to dissolve, that callus on your heel from walking barefoot through 3 lifetimes. It sinks into the mud, germinating into a tree that'll grow textbooks instead of fruit. Students centuries hence will still curse your name during exams. Mission accomplished. Your mid-bite when the first musket ball tears through your shoulder, a burning comet of colonial grade lead. 12 hunters materialize from the mango grove, tower muskets still smoking from their recent tiger management. Historians agree British-made firearms circulated here by 1178 CE disagree on whether idiots shot saints this often. The crow flaps guiltily above your stolen chapati, its wings stirring cinnamon dust into miniature tornadoes. You've heard crows hold funerals for their dead, though none mention their talent for framing ascetics as bread thieves. The bird drops your lunch into your lap, crumbling flatbread, now the color of its guilty conscience. Lead sizzles through your left calf as you hobble behind a toddy palm. Funny how bullets prioritize legs when you've spent centuries transcending the body. Your blood pools around tree roots, fermenting into something that'll give boars religious visions tonight. 3 hunters argue over your sandals, while their leader licks mango pulp off his trigger finger. The crow lands on your bleeding shoulder, proving birds lack both decency and abject permanence. Its beady eyes reflect your disintegrating aura, like obsidian mirrors clouding with monsoon rains. You pluck a musket ball from your thigh, still hot enough to roast cashews, and offer it like a sacrament. Black feathers explode as the 6th shot grazes its tail. The hunters whoop about 2 pests 1 stone, clearly flunked basic math. Your fingers find the bird's mangled wing, knitting bones with strands of your unspooling sari. Field medicine 101. When stitching a divine curse into avian tissue, always use the leftward spiral. It coughs up a pearl of congealed darkness, your curse condensed into something swallowable. The beak prods your palm insistently. Crows no debt even when it's radioactive. You pocket the orb. It hums like a beehive wrapped in wet silk. Hunters circle closer, muskets reloaded with what smells suspiciously like powdered temple idols. Their leader's gold tooth winks as he boasts about Delhi Sultanate bounties for miracle workers. Archaeologists will later find his skeleton grinning through 23 tiger bites. Karma operates on layaway. The crow dive bombs his turban, stealing the ruby pin that's clearly compensating for something. Silver trickles down your spine as the curse germinates. A phantom orchid rooting in your ribcage. When invaders ransack holy sites tomorrow, their horses will kneel to sniff jasmine blooming from cannonball craters. You press the black pearl against the bird's thrashing chest. Feathers melt into liquid midnight, pooling around your ankles like sentient shadow. Historians still argue whether arsenic-laced bread killed Aladdin Khalji, or if his cooks just hated his poetry. The hunters fire their closing volley, musket balls freezing midair to form a makeshift chandelier. Your curse detonates as the crow's last caw fades. 9 hunters drop like marionettes with slashed strings. The rest develop compulsive honesty. Their confession spree empties regional prisons by dawn, overachieving as usual. Dawn finds you ankle-deep in feather-shaped ashes. The surviving crow, now iridescent as oil on a dull lake, circles thrice before heading seaward. Farmers later report nightmare flocks darkening the Coromandel coast, carrying something that made salt water boil where it fell. You lick remaining curse residue off your palm, tastes like tamarind and regret. A single black feather floats down, its quill stuffed with saffron threads. Your laugh sends parrots fleeing from coconut palms. Karma's jokes always in the punchline delivery. Monsoon winds carry the crow's final gift, a shriveled neem leaf with your teenage doodles. The ink still smudges, proving some things outlast empires and curses alike. You fold it into a child's forgotten kite, lodged in a jackfruit tree. Let the storms decide the destination. As salt crystallizes on your lashes, you spot fishermen dragging nets full of obsidian feathers. One scoops glutinous black pearls into a basket. They'll seed next decade's crop of regrettable decisions. The sea groans under its new burden, but Shiva's dancing in the foam. Some lessons only brine can teach. Your curse dissolves like palm sugar in chai, sweetening the waves all the way to Lanka. The crow's final caw echoes in a Portuguese sailor's ear, ensuring he'll mislabel 3 continents tomorrow. Every map needs purposeful errors. How else do adventures begin? You kneel barefoot where sea meets dune, toes curling around sand that remembers being temple stone. Bronze bells materialize above your ankles, each chime scattering salt crystals into perfect mandalas. Historians nod smugly about Coromandel Coast trade routes, less about why 12th century caravans carried ceremonial anklets into deserts. Your first step leaves no footprint, just a translucent depression blooming with pearlweed. Merchants 3 valleys over pause their haggling dates slipping from their palms as airborne harmonies rattle their ledgers. One particularly dense trader insists it's a new tax collector's ringtone. May Shiva forgive his imagination. The bells escalate from drizzle to downpour, each note bending sunlight into prismatic hiccups. You've heard camel drivers use spit as insect repellent, but no one warned about saliva crystallizing into musical notation. A teenage porter licks his parched lips, instantly composing a raga that makes scorpions line dance. Dust devils coil around your shins, carrying the ghosts of dead dialects in their spirals. Left at the thorn bush whispers a 300-year-old sandstorm, right before getting sucker punched by monsoon winds from the east. Your big toe pauses midair. If GPS had existential crises, a silk merchant's parrot squawks coordinates in forgotten Ptolemaic Greek. Its owner swears it learned Latin from a very drunk crusader, likely projecting career regrets onto birds. The bird leads a mutiny, trading saffron roots for your jingling wake. Mid-afternoon reveals the first mirage, or is it? 12 stone wells erupt from the dunes, their mouths gagged with crumbling frescoes. You dip a hand, the water's so cold it uncurls your childhood memories like parchment. Archaeologists found similar wells near Samara, still debating whether they were refrigerators or baptismal fonts. Your shadow detaches, wriggling into the shape of a cartographer's worst fever dream. It drags a compass needle through the sand, drawing Botswana where Bengal should be. The Portuguese sailor from yesterday would feel vindicated if he weren't busy renaming Madagascar Llama Island. Dusk turns the bells into fireflies made of sound. Caravan leaders bicker over who discovered your path first, their camels mediating via strategic spitting. One particularly pompous trader brandishes a 90% inaccurate map, its margins doodled with mermaids filing their nails. The youngest porter trips over a half-buried amphora, spilling 700-year-old pickled radishes. Their vinegar smell resurrects a dead trade dialect. 3 translators start freestyle rapping in extinct verbs. You pocket a radish for later. Emergency rations double as historical spices. Moonrise catches the bells mid-shimmer. They've tuned themselves to the exact pitch of lizard snores. A sentient dune rolls past. Its hoarded trinkets include a Roman coin and your missing hairpin from the Marian era. Stealing back your property feels both petty and deserved. Your ankles finally touch sand at the oasis gate, leaving twin indents shaped like the Chandragupta dynasty's secret sigil. The bells retreat into a tamarind tree, now heavy with fruit that hums when peeled. Caravanners hesitantly nibble the pulp, their accounting scrolls sprouting benign numerology poems by morning. Dawn exposes the true miracle. Every camel's ankle now jingles with phantom brass. Historians will spend centuries arguing if the bells were navigational aids or marital aids. You sip sweetened sabza water. The carousel of human assumptions spins regardless. As traders rename the oasis Jingle Prophet Springs, you melt into the date palm shadows. A lone bell drops into your palm. Its inscription reads, "Made in Harappa, repaired yesterday." Some supply chains outlive civilizations and their comedy writers. The pilgrims arrive at sunset, bare feet calloused, from routes not yet mapped. They mimic your steps, their clumsy imitations producing bells that clang like D-R-U-N-K, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter chefs, dropping walks. Progress takes practice or really good hearing protection. You leave them weaving anklet songs from palm fronds and audacity. Let future scholars debate whether this counted as a proper Bronze Age resurgence. The desert already hums louder her sand, remembering how to dance. The landslide hits without thunder, just a yawn from the mountain's stony jaw. You're chewing a tamarind pod when the world tilts, rocks swallowing you like a grudging innkeeper taking in late guests. Historians love mentioning how 9th century port cities buried hurricane vaults. Less so about saints used as emergency foundations. Soil packs your mouth with the tang of interrupted prophecies. Roots snake through your hair, their growth rings counting years in accelerated clicks. A gecko fossilized in the adjacent layer seems unimpressed, its posture screaming, "First time," through quartz eyelids. Decades pass as the mountain digests. You learn the taste of lichen mitosis, the sound of magma arguing with groundwater. Monsoons trickle through mineral veins, their paths tracing Shiva's forgotten shopping lists for disciple robes. Above ground, a salt merchant's grandson invents cinema. Wars rewrite coastlines. Someone names a yogurt brand after your big toe. Time folds its laundry around your stasis, socks of centuries mismatched, but clean. The eruption happens during a leap year because celestial bureaucracy loves paperwork. Rocks spit you onto a meadow now polka-dotted with Wi-Fi towers, your grass mats still intact, though a startup bro mistakes it for artisanal hemp retro-revival wear. That seedling in your palm, it's sprouting despite zero sunlight, leaves shaped like alarm clock hands. Botanists will later call it ficus chronivore. Mystics will plant it in boardrooms to disrupt linear paradigms. Your hair's now a bonsai network of silver and root, each strand preserving a decade's gossip from beetle colonies. A particularly chatty millipede recounts the fall of 3 empires and the rise of pineapple pizza. Legend claims 14th century Venetian glassmakers tried cryogenic preservation. Their heirs still sell Diogenes snow globe novelties. A park ranger gawks at your exit, GoPro capturing what his resume will call transdimensional erosion phenomena. You gift him a pebble that hums Gregorian chants. His TikTok fame burns out before the ad revenue clears. That night, constellations redraw themselves to mirror your root system. An astrophysics undergrad snaps a photo, her thesis on arboreal astrology, gets vetoed for excessive whimsy. Historians still argue whether ancient hourglasses measured time or musicians. Rests, your fingernails grow sundial markings regardless. Macaques steal the seedling, plant it atop a water tower. By dawn, the steel structure blooms into a mangrove cathedral. Office drones mistake its pollen clouds for HR-mandated mindfulness incense. You nap in the shadow of a recycled tire bench. Construction crews arrive, then leave singing budgeons about OSHA violations. The mountain, now half condos, keeps your original burial chamber as a studio apartment. 2 5-baths, walk-in karma included. Morning reveals the seedling's first fruit, a pulsating orb that smells like unsent love letters. Biting it floods your tongue with leap years. 1704 tastes particularly oaky. A tour guide herds teenagers past your bench. And here's where they filmed Bollywood's worst time travel rom-com. Their groans sync with your ankle bells, unwitting participants in a rhythm older than satire. You replant the seed's core in a sidewalk crack, concrete splits, to reveal Gupta-era irrigation channels. Uber drivers reroute to avoid the sudden philosophy majors meditating in bike lanes. Dusk finds you at a highway's edge, headlights sweeping over robes, now woven with traffic patterns. The seedling's grown into a roadside attraction, its bark etched with Yelp reviews in poly. As midnight fast food wrappers swirl into sacred geometry, you exhale a century's worth of captive breath, the mountains still chewing its core, rumbling with the indigestion of compressed eons. Somewhere beneath luxury condos, your old gecko neighbor winks. The market square buzzes like a beehive, kicked by a sandal vendors, hawking jackfruit pulp and Bluetooth speakers. You're debating overpriced saffron when the first verse hits, a couplet sharper than a mogul dagger. Its words curdle the air, your devotions, a puppet show for blind crows. The insult hardens into sapphire shards midair, clattering like dropped cutlery from a celestial banquet. 3 poets close in silk shawls, flapping like wounded peacocks. Their leader launches a simile about skin like monsoon blisters. It crystallizes into honeycombed amber. You pocket the shard, warmth, humming ancient ragas at 87 hertz. A tourist's ring light reflects off your hall, her vlog title later. When spiritual influencers steal your roasts, their rhymes escalate, insults about third-rate goddesses, solidifying as ruby dust. One verse twists into jade, its edges serrated with Gupta-era curse syllables. You mend a temple freeze's broken toe, using your aura reeks of expired ghee. The stone saint shrugs in approval. Street dogs bark in iambic pentameter. One mutts haiku on chicken bones almost moves you to tears. Historians still argue whether Sangamera insult duels used gemstone metaphors or actual geological warfare. That bardic quip comparing your soul to a concubine's discarded slipper. It now fuels a hydrogen rickshaw outside Chennai Central. Passengers complain the horn plays censored tuk-tuk versions of the Vedas. A college student films the showdown, his thesis on neoliberal semiotics, in mystic rap battles trending between cat videos. His professor emails you emojis, then blocks your astral projection for academic integrity violations. Dusk turns versus molten, their slag reforming as a dancing Shiva missing his nose. You solder it back with a particularly vicious takedown of your earlobes. The god's new schnozzle pulses like a neon bindi. Onlookers toss rupees. You distribute coins to beggars reciting AI-generated Arjanashtakams. The head poet tries Sanskrit scansion with a Telugu twang, his magnum opus about your armpit hair. Mid-insult, consonants petrify into geodes, perfect for replacing Ganesha's chipped tusk. A passing nun pockets one, her rosary now unlocks Wi-Fi labeled enlightenment 5G. By midnight, the Mendied icon winks through LED glow, its Yelp review already at 5 stars. Divine intervention meets interior design goals. Claims a tech bro who'll later NFT your shadow. You leave it at a bus stop, beside a missing saint poster from the Chola Dynasty. The poets retreat, their best rhymes stuck in a traffic jam's honking crescendo. A street kid salvages a leftover verse, uses it to fix his sister's broken doll. The toy resurrects as a miniature collie, devouring homework in exchange for candy bribes. As constellations rewrite themselves in meme format, you dissolve a curse in leftover chai. 3 bankers drink the dregs, quit their jobs to start a failing ashram. Their Google ads promise moksha via mutual funds. Shiva face palms so hard it triggers a microquake in Assam. The final shard glows in your palm, an unmetrical abomination about your kneecaps. You press it into a crumbling temple wall. Whole structure regenerates as brutalist concrete. Purists riot, archaeologists swoon. The caretaker installs a snack stand selling moksha mojitos. Dawn exposes poetry etched in dew lines, each droplet containing a bard's unspoken apology. You walk backward through the market, unselling saffron, unhearing insults, unbreaking every gem except one. Let them keep the ruby, your existence insults geometry. It'll look fab on that nihilist barista's nose ring. Clouds morph into Devanagari script spelling LOL, either cosmic humor or a god's autocorrect fail. You shrug, add it to the mental playlist between mantras and that jingle for anti-aging serpent serum. Somewhere, a gecko nods approval its tail, tapping out the rhythm of centuries, not yet collapsed into hashtags. The gecko's tail taps fade as you approach still waters, their surface smoother than a mogul glassmaker's final creation. Historians still argue whether Karaikal's mirror lakes existed geographically or just in poets' tax evasion ledgers. Your breath ripples the silvered plain, reflections multiply like black market Buddhas in a Guangzhou warehouse. You kneel, kneecaps imprinting the mud where Chola queens once whispered state secrets to carp. The fish remember. Their scales now bear micro-inscriptions of royal scandals. A frog plops, ripples rearrange your face into childhood, adolescence, cronehood, all versions elbowing for dominance. Your mother's nose wars with your death mask cheekbones. The combined visage screams, discount, goddess, festival reject. Something glints beneath the surface, a hairpin from your wedding day. Or was it a dagger from that assassination attempt in 48? Memory melts, here better archivists than the British Museum's looted wing. You dip a finger, cold stings like a visa officer's rejection stamp. The lake drinks your skin's oils, sends back visions of temple dancers trading anklets for N95 masks. A bubble rises, encasing your first miscarriage's phantom cry. It pops, releasing the scent of jasmine and burnt passport pages. Your reflection now wears a spacesuit helmet, Visuddhi chakra replaced by NASA decals. You mutter, not this AR crap again. The water glitches into pixelated lotus petals. That's when future, you winks up from the depths, her sari, woven from Wi-Fi signals and monsoon static. She mouth syncs to a viral K-pop remix of the Turuvasagam. The lake's membrane stretches like a condo developer's guild. You press a palm against hers. Fingerprints merge. Your arthritis becomes her diamond ring indentations. 12 centuries collapse into the gurgle of a dying phone battery. A water strider skates across timelines, its shadow outlining the exact spot where Delhi sultans misplaced their favorite siege engine. You spot your funeral procession reflected upside down. Mourners are just your 6 exiled Twitter alts holding a cancelled banner. Future you mimes drinking chai. The liquid reflects a face you don't recognize. Then 12. A meme-ified Gandhi winks beside Genghis Khan selling CBD oil. The water whispers your dental records set to a Britney Spears baseline. You recoil, ripples morph into hate mail Sanskrit from your ex-husband's lawyer. A tourist's drone zips overhead. Its shadow makes the lake flash 404 error. You lob a mango seed stolen from the 9th century. The drone spirals, crashes into a cloud shaped like your 3rd grade math teacher. Somewhere, a Tibetan monk resets his router and achieves enlightenment through lag. The lake steams suddenly, your faces melt into Dali-esque puddles. Historians would kill for this if they weren't busy debating if Ammaiyar's liquid skies were dysentery hallucinations. Future, you scribbles equations on the surface, Vedic math ex crypto mining, before a carp eats her zeros. Your younger self floats by, braiding sea snakes into Elon Musk's haircut. That's the thing with eternity. It's just multiple tabs open in a broken browser. You shed your petty jealousies, like a Bangalore techie abandons legacy code. Key presses of karma rattle your spine, your LinkedIn aura, updates to open to work, MUKTI level roles only. Lightning forks up from the depths, a reverse strike frying the McLeod Ganj Starbucks espresso machine. Your shadow detaches, becomes a TikTok influencer, explaining non-duality through latte art. You kick it, the silhouette reforms as your kindergarten nemesis, mouthing still a bedwetter. The lake thickens, mercury meets melatonin spray. You step onto the surface. It holds like Nokia 3310 asphalt. Future, you flashes a thumbs up, her hand decaying into Wikipedia footnotes. First, step your toenails leave comet trails. Second, ripples sing your grocery lists in Gregorian chant. Third, the water stops pretending. Earth pivots on its axis, or maybe you just tripped. Stars smear into a Van Gogh remake directed by a caffeinated bot. The lake drains through a pixel. You follow into the sinkhole's queasy JPEG compression. Colors taste like revoked library cards and spare rib embeddings. Down becomes a Tinder profile of your deepest fears, swiping left. Up vomits rainbow college pop, stars harmonizing with mating frogs. You're the needle stitching this crazy quilt, thread glowing like stolen plutonium. The lake's remains cling to your calves, evaporating as Udemy courses on postmodern bhakti. Air turns viscous, time zone borders tangle your hair into NATO-certified barbed wire. You spit out a baby tooth from 1987. It becomes the Rosetta Stone for IKEA assembly manuals. Future you high fives a disillusioned ML engineer whose GitHub commits prophesied this moment. Crash into a solid now, knees skinned on the concept of Tuesday. Sunrise leaches the lake from your pores, your shadow resumes its minimum wage hustle. A passing crow drops a McDonald's wrapper, the fries still warm from Harappa-era kitchens. You pocket it, lunch with a side of chronological dissonance. The gecko's back, its tail now conducting an invisible orchestra. You hum along, realizing the tune matches your MRI scans from 19. A drop of leftover lake water slips down your neck, birthplace of next year's worst earworm. Surface tension finally snaps. You fall upward into the sky's wet mouth. The ants arrive like a stock market flash crash, all frantic legs and mandible clicks. You crumble neem leaves between palms that once stopped monsoons, now just a pensioner's tremor. Temple ash sticks to your sweat salt. It tastes like expired democracy. And those glucose biscuits, British archaeologists left in 27. Historians would kill to carbon date your calluses. Not that they've finished debating whether your dental records were coded tax protests. 3 sacred Atta ants haul a crumb bigger than their GDP. Streetwise lil hustlers in a city that still worships their 12th century ancestors. You trade places with the queen for giggles. Her pheromone rants about infrastructure collapse shockingly familiar. An elder ant drags a strand of your hair purpose, built for strangling rogue tax collectors, circa 950 CE. The colonies tick-tock dance about your impending exit trends in 6 astral planes. Your last meal's spread isn't Michelin, crushed bitterness, and death smoke on a banana leaf older than the Gregorian calendar. The Neem's tang bites like a mimetic Goa trance remix of your first heartbreak. Temple ash swirls into QR codes. Scanning them just shows Narendra Modi selling Ayurvedic cryptocurrency. You snort laugh, dislodging a molar that clinks like Monopoly money against stone. Ants swarm the tooth, their chemical trails spelling BOGO deals in moksha. New pearls gleam where enamel fled, smooth as ChatGPT's apology when it plagiarizes the Vedas. The colony's logistics manager, a 6-legged Bezos clone, organizes your dental remains into a duty-free spirituality shop. Historians still fight over whether these pearls funded the Pandya dynasty's yacht party phase. Dusk inks the courtyard. Your shadow disintegrates like BJP promises post-election. Ant traffic spikes. Uber Eats drivers of the apocalypse, delivering your final 5-star review to Yama's Yelp. A juvenile worker offers a crumb of your youth, tastes like virality chasing Insta Sadhis and Mumbai's sewage shy. You decline eternity's fine print prohibits carbs. A drone buzzes overhead, ISRO's latest attempt to photograph your aura. You flick a pearl, knocks it into a tree where Newton's ghost argues with a Kuvigam hydra about gravity. The colony morphs into a biohazard sign, its warning gleaming brighter than RBI's gold reserves. Pension plans for semi-divine entities suck. Shiva's 401k got wiped out in the Asura crypto crash. Your jawbone creaks a final protest. Incisors detonate like confetti cannons at a billionaire's Ganesha party. Ants hoist the fragments, constructing a mini Ayodhya temple that collapses before consecration. Fresh pearls pockmark your gums, their luster outshining Adani's offshore accounts. A passing sadhu pockets 3, uses them to bribe a toll booth on the highway to Vaikuntha. Morning licks the horizon. Your tongue fossilizes mid-snarky comment about Modi's yoga poses. Ants harvest final flakes of skin tradable NFTs in the international soul commodities market. The last pearl forms behind your left molar, engraved with a pirated copy of your best-selling hymn Shiva needs dental. Light catches your skeleton's silver embroidery, what mortals call osteoporosis. You call B, ESP, OK, E Chinese letter service. Ants file their final report. Addendum includes a 5-star review for your excellent corporeal liquidity. You leave a glowing Yelp rebuttal, then hose down the simulation. Eternity loads its 1998 dial-up tone. You become the buffering wheel between rebirths. Ants inherit your LinkedIn connections. They'll handle those thought leadership posts about Vedic blockchain. The last grain of ash levitates, morphs into a Mumbai local train pass. You punch it. The ticket collector manifests as your first crush, still judging your lift choices. Sunrise hits critical mass. Your shadow short circuits into a viral reel of a dancing Thanjavur doll. Ant chefs whip up your memorial feast, deep-fried regrets with a side of blockchain chutney. You swipe left on the multiverse. Your Tinder bio simply reads "gone to dental school." Night returns, not that it matters. The ants request a LinkedIn recommendation. You type it with arthritic phalanges made of temple rust and Wi-Fi static. Submit, and your fingers crumble like British colonial promises. The final pearl winks. Its surface replays that time you made a monsoon apologize. Ants auction it on eBay. Highest bidders, a call center employee moonlighting as a TikTok karma broker. Your knees unknit their decades of grudges. Float up as biodegradable confetti at a billionaire's gender reveal. Ants sing your tax returns in budgeon style. Revenue Department auditors attain temporary enlightenment. A toothless grin lingers, North Star dimming like a midlife crisis. The ant's final gift. A Y Combinator application for your cardiac dust. Seed round, led by Chandragupta Maurya's venture capital arm. Your left pupil winks, becomes a black hole deleting browser histories across 11 incarnations. Ant historians write dissertations on the event, peer-reviewed by Jain ascetics and bored housewives. The last grain of rice in your gut, an overlooked takeout order from 1997, bursts into a Bollywood dance number. Ants back up. This isn't part of the severance package. Eyelids slam like payday loan offices at midnight. Your final thought. That meme about dentists being mortal too. The Bollywood routine fades. Your capillaries still humming to a 90s Kumar Sanu remix. Sunbeams thicken into golden wires. Your arthritis-twisted fingers braid them like a grandma's monsoon hair ritual. Each knot captures a sunspot's tantrum. NASA interns will misinterpret these as UFO flight paths circa 2027. A stray thread snaps, plummets into the Bay of Bengal as the world's most pious fishing net. You tug a solar filament. It's taught as Modi's vocal cords during election result speeches. Farmers gather below, their upturned faces mapping constellations lost to light pollution. Thanjavur weavers still whisper about your technique, mixing lunar phases into warp threads on auspicious Tuesdays. Silkworms riot in their trays. 11th century manuscripts claim they molt faster when you hum Mira Budgeon's off-key. Your third eye itches. You scratch it with a spindle, accidentally projecting a 4K live stream of the Chola dynasty's worst haircuts. Historians still bicker whether your sari patterns predicted monsoons, or just Shiva's WhatsApp status during his indie band phase. Heat blisters your knuckles. The loom thrums like an overclocked iPhone mining divine crypto. You weave in Modi's old Mumbai grocery lists for texture. They blend with Ashoka's edicts about compost etiquette. A peacock swoops in, its tail feathers glitch into QR codes, linking to pirated copies of the Manusmriti. Farmers decode your latest motif, a tornado-shaped paisley that screams stockpile millet before May 14th. The Agricultural Ministry dismisses it. Email servers crash when their interns Google how to harvest eclipse rays. Your left pinky revolts, demands union benefits for celestial labor. You broker peace over chai, served in a coconut shell, its milk curdled by 3 centuries of unresolved karma. Threads multiply, forming a sari longer than the Indian Railways network. Villagers repurpose discarded scraps as anti-drone defense systems. A scrap embroidered with Nehru's kite-flying records grounds 6 Pakistani quadcopters, turns their propellers into eco-friendly Tikka mascara wands. Sweat beads roll down your nose. Each contains a microcosm of the 1857 Sepoy Mutinies group chat. The loom sheds a splinter. It grows into Delhi's most controversial metro pillar. Your big toe sketches blueprints in the dust. Urban planners will plagiarize them for IDEA's next airport expansion. A British ghost materializes, begs to patent your weaving technique as tea-stained solar integration. You counteroffer. Sell him a knockoff lungi that plays the Soviet anthem. The sari's border replicates Connacht's stone chariot wheels, rotating fast enough to power Goa's rave scene until 2076. Midnight oil lamps bloom their fumes, rewriting the Rig Veda as limericks. You trip on a loose warp thread, accidentally inventing quantum weaving. Electrons entangle with temple bells. Their resonance cures Tamil Nadu's worst IT park traffic jam. Farmers FaceTime their screens glitching with mandala-shaped crop circles. You upload a buffer, get stuck at 99% like Aadhaar card applications during monsoon floods. The sari's pulu grows sentient, opens a subreddit debating whether enlightenment causes split ends. A moth chews through a crucial thread, releases a psychedelic gas that inspires Kerala's next Marxist mural craze. Your elbow jabs the shuttle, launches it into low Earth orbit. ISRO tweets a blurry photo. Solar sari trends between Ranveer Singh's underwear ads. Morning glare sharpens. The finished sari levitates like a retired bureaucrat's LinkedIn ego. Villagers unravel sections. Discover each thread counts sheep in a different extinct language. The border's tassels drip liquid stardust. Taj Hotels bottles it as limited edition paneer marinade. Historians still argue whether your geometric madness was an agricultural almanac or Shiva's brunch receipt from Cafe Madras. You gift the sari to a Dalit weaver's newborn. She'll trade it for clean water infrastructure in 40 years. Sunrise triggers the fabric's climax, projecting holograms of Indira Gandhi's emergency period stand-up gigs. Your fingerprints smear the weave, accidentally doxing Mughal-era cryptozoologists. The loom disintegrates, its last breath funding a Netflix docudrama starring Deepika Padukone as a sarcastic spindle. The final knot pulses, a solar flare SMS reading. One missed call from Kali. You screenshot it, accidentally liking a 2-century-old thirst trap on Shiva's Insta. The gorge air tastes like rusted chainmail, your tongue furring with second-hand battle rage. 8-armed silhouettes click into focus, each limb accounted for by mogul payroll clerks in blood ink ledgers. Their eyes pulse CCTV red, whether surveillance tech or hemorrhoids. No one's asking. One demon juggles terracotta shards, replicating Tamil Nadu's lost bricklaying patterns from the 9th century. Historians still argue whether these stacks were pilgrim shelters or just really committed graffiti. Your heel grinds a pebble. The crunch echoes as a 1947 partition-era train whistle. Blades descend, you yawn. The chant cracks your ribs open, pours out like monsoon runoff through Chennai storm drains. Trishles wilt into coat racks. Maces sag into yoga bolsters. A battle axe forgets its purpose, volunteers as a coconut scraper for your breakfast. The smallest demon offers a stone ledger, its pages etched with tourist visa expiration dates for souls unborn. They're building cairns that hum in 432 Hz, the frequency of Shiva's old Mysuru concert mixtapes. One rock floats. It's definitely just a drone in a Halloween costume. You pocket a pebble, future archaeologists will carbon date it as Narendra Modi's lost wisdom tooth. The demons sob, their tears dissolving into Mumbai's suburban tap water. Someone's morning chai will taste like existential regret with a hint of cardamom. Shadows congeal into a tunnel. The path ahead smells of bureaucracy and burnt paradas. Your pinky nail carves a glyph into demon flesh, grants them union benefits and dental plans. Their weapons unionize, declare strike action, until someone invents air-conditioned armor. Last cairn vibrates. Its stones contain trapped screams from Prakriti call centers. You press an ear to the shale. It's just a WhatsApp forward chain about turmeric benefits. Fog thickens. 8 silhouettes bow their heads, sprouting jasmine buds. They'll bloom into Wi-Fi towers by sunrise. Your shadow stretches toward Maharashtra. Dragging the demon's tax returns behind it. The path dissolves, leaves only the sound of pension funds being diverted into temple renovation scams. Dawn cracks egg yolk yellow over the gorge. Somewhere, a tour guide invents new myths about your shoe prints. Your shadow pools at the granaries, edge each rice mound, casting hieroglyphics only termites can read. Air thickens with gossip. 1,000 Shiva titles hum from individual grains. You flick one speck. It sears your thumbprint retinas with 9th century price lists for cumin. Rats huddle outside, their whiskers twitching through Vedic geometry equations. One attempts theft, turns vegetarian mid-bite. Archaeologists found similar grain protection spells in Vijayanagara silos, though with less dramatic rodent conversions. Your sandal sole grinds 6 names of Shiva. They regrow as Tamil hashtags. A king's messenger arrives, offers pearls for 3 grains. You counter with a fistful. He faints counting their recursive reflections. Records show the Pandya dynasty bought miracle rice, worth 16 war elephants. Historians shrug about the exchange rate. The seeds roll from his clutch, sprouting miniature Taj Mahals in the dust. Moonlight reveals engravings, each seed's surface fractals into forgotten dance madras. One kernel mutters a Portuguese sailor's prayer stolen during Vasco da Gama's spice run blunders. You pocket it later. It'll short-circuit a metal detector at Goa airport security. The granary's south wall sweats monsoon tears. They drip-grow into jaggery sculptures of minor deities. A scholarly debate simmers here. Was this vault an ancient rationing system, or Shiva's grocery list made manifest? Your elbow brushes a sack. It births a coral reef of black rice. Termites bow, renouncing wood for quinoa. Midnight brings royal petitioners. Their coins melt into liquid Sanskrit upon entry. You trade a single grain for their molten alphabets. They leave juggling vowel sounds that stain their silk dhotis indigo. Historians still argue whether the granary stood inland or got mythologically misplaced during British railroad construction. Dawn cracks the roof. Sunbeams strum grain piles like Venus strings. A rat drags in a no-stealing pledge scroll, paw print, notarized by a mogul clerk's ghost. Your laughter shakes, loose 1,000 grains. They plot crop circle patterns in the courtyard. Kings return as beggars, their crowns rusted into colanders. You serve them rice water in clay bowls. It tastes of stock market crashes and mangrove sap. One seed escapes. It births Singapore's first hawker stall by sundown. Your shadow merges with the granules, each speck whispering a different afterlife's zip code. Termites construct a scale model of Konark's Sun Temple using only gluten-free mortar. The granary door creaks. It's just the wind practicing its 4th marriage proposal. Rats hum Carnatic ragas now, their tails conducting invisible orchestras. You swallow a grain marked Shiva's roadside dentist. Your molars start reciting Kalidasa poems. The king's envoy returns, offers his firstborn's baby teeth. You decline. They'll make terrible chess pieces. Heat shimmers birth a mirage. 18th century French botanists arguing over rice taxonomy. Their wigs catch fire. You douse them with fermented coconut milk. They leave with hybrid grains. Parisian baguettes will never taste the same. Moonrise again, the granary's weightless. Seeds orbit your head like lazy electrons. A rat astronaut floats past, snack satchel full of NASA-approved prasetam. You scribble Shiva's name on a grain. It teleports to garnish a Bollywood star's biryani. Dew soaks the rice piles. They sprout papyrus receipts for forgotten temple donations. One lists payment in parrot feathers, accounted by a dyslexic Chola treasurer. Your fingernail unearths a grain carved with Elvis's face. It belts hound dog in Telugu. Lightning strikes the central mound, charring Shiva's 108th name into the subsoil. Future farmers will till hashtags and emojis from this earth, confused but hashtag blessed. The granary sighs its walls dissolving into a Mumbai high-rise's foundation slab. Your pocket vibrates. The smuggled grain live streams from a New York sushi chef's kitchen. He seasons it with Himalayan salt and 5-star reviews about transcendental mouthfeel. Rats gather under his stove, whispering your name in binary. First light bleaches the granary to bone white. You exit backward, your footprints birthing quinoa hybrids in the dust. A king's tax auditor arrives, finds only a single grain rolling downhill toward a bus stop where 3 demons share stale vada pav. The jackals warm up first, their howls tuning to middle C through trial and error. Monsoon mud squelches between your toes. It smells of petrichor and leaked diesel from that food truck collision back in section 19. Cobras coil into living metronomes, their hoods keeping 4/4 time like overcommitted backup singers. You recognize the raga. It's the same one colonial archivists found scrawled inside Vasco da Gama's abandoned spice ledger. Fireflies cluster above your head, forming sheet music only drunk gods could decipher. A termite-eaten pillar sways, its woodworm tunnels whistling the percussion line. Archaeologists still fight about those carvings on Hampi's musical pillars. Were they liturgical aids or just ancient Tamil karaoke instructions? Your left kneecap vibrates in G-flat. Apparently, you ate a syncopated grain earlier. Jackals hit a crescendo, their fangs glinting like misused tuning forks. One pup yelps off-key. The cobras hiss corrective notes through their nostrils. You swear this happened at a Chennai jazz bar once, but with fewer venomous critics. The moon darkens to a tin can lid. Someone's dented it during that ill-advised demon rodeo in section 26. Stars smear across the sky, celestial DJs scratching vinyl records made of comet ice. Your breath sinks with the lunar eclipse's baseline. 19th century travelers wrote about night music near Ramanathapuram, claimed it cured goat arthritis. You're pretty sure that was just drunk British officers hearing their first mridangam solo. A cobra nicknames you off-key pilgrim via Morse code tongue flicks. Its rattle shakes loose a memory, your 3rd grade recorder concert. The shame fuels a decent alto howl. Jackals nod approval. Termites carry your discarded sandals, turning them into harmonicas mid-transit. Your big toe traces spiral glyphs in the mud. They glow like radioactive Spotify waveforms. Heat lightning flashes, revealing audience members. Ghostly Nawabs clap with translucent palms, their gemstone rings making no sound. A sadhu's skeleton taps fibula bones like drumsticks. That French botanist from section 27 reappears, conducting with a baguette that sprouts rosemary. You hum a nursery rhyme. It materializes as a migraine-inducing laser, light show. Pre-dawn silence falls like a shattered wineglass. Even the termites stop chewing. Your left lung holds the last sustained note. It tastes of burnt caramel and existential dread. Historians still argue whether Thanjavu's dancing Shiva statue actually plays its own Damaru, or if that's just tinnitus from temple incense overload. The first sunrise chord cracks the horizon yellow-orange and suspiciously auto-tuned. Jackals disperse with yawns, their howls softening into taxi horns. Cobras coil into punctuation, marks beneath withered acacia trees. Your shadow stretches westward, already composing next chapter's bass riff in the dust. Airport metal detectors wail 3 continents away their frequencies, harmonizing with your remaining heartbeat. A single grain of rice levitates, its surface etched with the exact GPS coordinates of mortality's mute button. You swallow it, the universe hiccups, and somewhere, a Bollywood playback singer forgets the lyrics to eternity. Your toes leave Earth like elevator buttons, pinging forgotten floors. Gravity's grip snapping like overchewed sugarcane. Cotton-petaled fingers brush your ankles, celestial maids who look suspiciously like your third cousin's tick-tock dance crew. Your shadow peels off, stays behind to water the neem sapling planted in Section 12. Archaeologists found similar ascent motifs in 12th century Minor inscriptions, though those carvings show bureaucrats flying, not saints. First, skies air tastes of lentil broth and printer toner. Cloud banks part, revealing a god's eye view of last week's choices. That indecent mango purchase in Madurai, still floating in the Godavari like an orange apostrophe. Your sari fabric unspools, threads etching Sanskrit glyphs in the jet stream. A passing vulture mistakes you for laundry, nearly steals your left sleeve before recognizing the holiness. Second, sky's light warps into kaleidoscope prisms. Remember those mirrored bangles from Section 7. They're vibrating like cell phones set to eternal doomscroll. Your reflection splinters into 900 selves, each debating temple architecture in dead dialects. One argues passionately for limestone over granite. You ghost her mid-sentence. Thermal currents carry the smell of Mumbai's dabawalas, reheating tiffins, mixed with frankincense, from an Ottoman trader's ghost ship. Third, sky's air tastes like British library archives, aged parchment, and stolen tea. Stars resolve into librarian spectacles, their lenses warped by centuries of overdue finds. You float past Aurangzeb's personal copy of the Rigveda, margins scribbled with tax calculations. A footnote about elephant-mounted archery winks at you. Historians still bicker whether Mogul astronomers intentionally mistuned celestial spheres. Your lungs compress. They're now the exact dimensions of Tipu Sultan's rocket nozzles. Fourth, sky's clouds mimic memory foam mattresses. Too bad they scream when punctured. One yelps mercy. In Prakrit, it's vapor forming the vowels of your childhood name. Your braid unravels, strands knotting into a landing strip for disoriented cranes. A familiar face emerges from cumulus, that French ambassador who mocked your jasmine garland in Section 5. His powdered wig freezes solid. Karma works faster at altitude. Fifth sky bleeds. Ultraviolet turns your fingernails into solar panels, charging someone else's miracles. The air smells burnt, like Delhi traffic cops' uniforms during heat waves. Apsaras offer spiced moonlight in clay cups. You decline, remembering last time's cosmic heartburn. Your earlobes stretch, dangling low enough to graze the rooftops of 16th century Vijayanagar. Architects would kill for that kind of organic urban planning. Sixth sky's silence rings like a deleted WhatsApp tone. Your joints unhinge, elbows becoming swan necks that write apologies to everyone you ghosted. The maids reappear, their ankle bells synced to Stockhausens, a rhythmic breastfeeding playlists. One whispers forbidden temple recipes into your collarbone, come in measurements that could end caste systems. You're pretty sure she's flirting, or maybe just hungry. Seventh sky isn't a place. It's the pause between migraine relief pills dissolving. Your skeleton dematerializes, each bone replaced by a different raga's bass note. The maids' faces shift, reflecting images from your first bronze mirror in Section 3. One holds up a scroll. It's your kindergarten report card. Plays well with eternal forces circled in gold. You try to laugh. It comes out as a perfect B-flat. Earth's pull returns as a shy tug, like a toddler begging for stolen ladus. But cosmic bureaucracy demands receipts. You forfeit 7 hairs to the wind as a scent tax. The maids wave, their henna patterns now matching your mother's wedding sari borders. Below, your mortal shadow finishes watering the neem tree, then immediately orders biryani on Zomato. The GPS dot of your swallowed rice grain blinks once, its signal lost in a Wi-Fi dead zone stretching back to the Chola dynasty. Your final breath condenses, forming a rain cloud over a drought-stricken school in modern Karaikal. Students cheer, not realizing their chalkboards now show equations for transmuting doubt into monsoon winds. The maid's final gift, a single sapphire thread tied around your wrist with the exact tension used in forgotten Mauryan-era parachute designs. Experts claim Emperor Ashoka's court experimented with silk canopies, while his generals preferred crashing memorably. Gravity winks out. You're now less person than punctuation mark in Shiva's run-on sentence. The maids dissolve into hummingbird drones, their wing beats stabilizing the thermosphere. You briefly miss Mumbai's sweaty chaos until stratospheric frost writes a haiku on your ribs. A last joke forms, something about Air India's lost baggage and cosmic reincarnation cycles. But your voice unravels into migratory bird coordinates. The sapphire thread pulses, it's leading you toward the precise wavelength where martyred poets store their unpublished couplets. Your left pinky toe remains corporeal. Apparently, you'll need it to kick open heaven's back door. Historians still argue whether 13th century Sufi shrines borrowed their dome acoustics from this exact flight path, or if it's the other way around. Either way, you're trading Vedic flight manuals with a particularly chatty asteroid. Re-entry happens as an afterthought, like waking up mid-sneeze. You land barefoot in a mango grove, except the fruits are lighthouses, and the tree bark hums radio static. Celestial maids reappear, their faces now mirroring the exact cheekbones you had before marriage in Section 3. One hands you a coconut shell. It contains the evaporated tears of everyone who ever prayed for you. You spill them accidentally. The droplets form a GPS route to the nearest decent chai stall. Your stomach growls. It's been 83 skies since breakfast. The maids vanish, leaving a takeout menu from Section 24's Divine Food Court. Menu items blur between Tamil and binary code. You order masala, dosa-shaped constellations. They arrive cold, but philosophically satisfying. Finishing the meal, you belch the first 4 notes of a 7th century dawn hymn. 3 border parakeets fall in love with you, problematic, since they're due to be reincarnated as tax auditors next week. The sapphire thread tugs westward. It's sewing your shadow back to that leaking village. Well, from Section 8, you resist, until realizing resistance smells like burnt toast and administrative failure. Astronomers in Ujjain track your trajectory, their astrolabes overheating from devotional math. One intern spills chai on the star charts, accidentally inventing a new zodiac sign shaped like your missing toe. Altitude strips away layers. You're down to 1 cotton thread and 3 coherent memories. The thread itches, the memories glitch. Somewhere, a child's kite snags on your earlobe, dragging Delhi's smog into the ionosphere. You cough. It sounds like a harmonium learning Morse code. The maids finally deliver the punchline, their laughter, unstitching the final seam between skin and sky. Your last coherent thought, wondering if Thor would have survived Chennai's monsoon traffic. Then bone becomes breeze, prayers become pollen, and somewhere in a parallel section, 30, your voice gets stolen by the exact shade of blue used in Ajanta's twilight frescoes. The sapphire thread snaps, its severed end coiling into the rice mound beneath your feet. Each grain hums a different hymn, their vibrations syncing with the tinnitus you've had since Section 19's crow attack. You kneel, fingers sinking into the pile, and 20th century Chennai erupts through your cuticles. Auto rickshaws backfire through temple courtyards, their drivers arguing over today's exchange rate for divine intervention. A schoolgirl drops her history textbook. Its pages flutter into a perfect replica of the Chola's granary tax codes. You catch a paragraph midair. Turns out 9th century landlords accepted rice payments in loaves shaped like dancing Shiva. Archaeologists found these ritual bread molds near Thanjavur, carbon dated to Ammaiyar's lifetime. The grain in your palm glows. It's singing Marathi lullabies now. Must have rolled here from a 1947 refugee train. Time-lapse visions swarm like monsoon termites. Sultanate-era merchants barter for your rice. One sack buys protection from a hurricane that won't hit for 3 centuries. British tax agents try seizing the mound. Their ledgers sprout barnacles when your grains touch the ink. A hippie in 73 palms a speck, his LSD trip lasting exactly 43 years, and 2 legal name changes. You spot your own childhood face. Section 1's temple bells still ringing in your baby teeth. Modern scientists arrive with microscopes, their lab coats flapping like confused flags. One PhD student freezes the rice in her Petri dishes, arranging itself into your fingerprints. Another accidentally discovers time travel, but only for bacteria. This proves nothing. His supervisor barks while secretly emailing a Nobel Committee member. The grains mock them with perfect Sanskrit hexagons, each atom containing sheet music for your first hymn from section 11. A toddler waddles up, diaper sagging with the weight of the cosmos. He stuffs rice into a Vedic particle accelerator built from Lego and spit. Big Bang simulations swirl in his drool puddle. Shiva's drumbeat sinks to the drip tempo. His mother scoops him away, but not before he redesigns your molecular structure using only onomatopoeia. Boom, he giggles, and your left kneecap briefly becomes a 14th century Dutch spice ship. Wikipedia edits itself in real time, your rice now credited with inventing the steam engine and moon landings. A frustrated editor slams their laptop. The impact births a micro-god of petty grudges. You feed it 3 grains. It chokes and turns back into Wi-Fi static. Somewhere, a Bollywood starlet twerks to your hymns, remixed as EDM, and achieves enlightenment by accident. Her publicist files trademark papers before the 3rd chakra activates. The mound's edges fray, granules rolling downhill to fix minor inconveniences. One heals a teenager's sit during their first kiss. Another unclogs the Nile on Cleopatra's bath night. 12 grains board Voyager 2. They're currently teaching Neptunian ice crystals to yodel. You try counting the grains, but math disintegrates at 70 quadrillion. A passing astrophysicist shrugs. Infinity's just a participation trophy for failed equations. Hunger hits. You munch a handful of centuries. Tastes like your wedding feast from section 3, but saltier. The rice expands. You're suddenly digesting 700 farmers' last harvests. Their hands press against your stomach walls, still calloused from rebuilding typhoon-smashed patties. A Jain monk materializes, begging you to chew softer. All life is sacred. You apologize with an 11th century haiku. His smile tears a wormhole to a sushi restaurant in section 29. Light pollution fades. The mounds glow, outshining a supernova's LinkedIn profile. NASA sues you for copyright infringement, then withdraws when their lawyers get trapped in a Tamil pun from Section 18. You portion the rice into bento boxes. One becomes the holy grail mid-transit. The others spawn chain emails promising mukti if forwarded to 10 friends. Your spam folder births a baby universe. A gadfly lands on your shoulder, whispering conspiracy theories about Indus Valley granaries. Forced perspective, it insists. Those storehouses were actual size. You flick it off, the bug becomes a mogul miniature painter mid-arc. His final work, a portrait of your toe fungus, with a frame carved from Shivaji's lost toenail clippings. Art critics weep, it's clearly allegorical. Dusk warps the mound into a temporal pinhole camera. Through it, you watch yourself watching yourself plant the first grain at Chidambaram. That younger you waves, then middle fingers, a passing British tax collector. Your past and future selves crowd around, they're debating whether to invest in Bitcoin or 7th century war bonds. The wisest you section, 24's Ascetic, hurls the whole stock market into a devotional hymns bridge. Commercial airlines circle overhead. Their turbulence patterns spell your childhood nickname in Morse code. A flight attendant tosses stale samosas into the mound. They bloom into carnivorous orchids that serenade passersby with AI-generated budgeons. One businessman records it. His ringtone goes viral as Karaikal core and accidentally topples a government. You pocket the royalties in Roman-era drachmas delivered by Amazon drone. The mound starts tweeting. Grain 2,458,901,330. 4 posts. Thirst traps from the Marian military. Thousands follow. Grain 0. 5 gets cancelled for problematic Gupta-era hot takes. You intervene, but your apology tour gets derailed by a rice-based identity theft ring. Turns out your doppelganger's been embezzling temple funds since Section 7's idol incident. The karma police arrive, their handcuffs made from recycled hymn sheets. Retirement beckons. You build a cottage from last week's expired parking tickets, then burn it for warmth when Mercury retrograde hits. The smoke forms a bestseller. Critics call it edible Kafka. Priests quote passages during monsoon lull. Toddlers consume the margins and start speaking in extinct fire rituals. Your mortgage gets approved in a cryptocurrency backed by Section 16's cursed children. Dawn finds the mound half submerged in a Walmart parking lot's oil slick. Teenagers dare each other to swallow miracle rice. They hiccup comprehensible Sanskrit for 6 months. One girl's book report on you wins a Pulitzer, then gets sued by your 7th life's jealous cousin. The verdict: guilty of existential plagiarism, whatever that means in Delaware. Your final granule rolls into a yoga studio sound system, rewriting the Bhagavad Gita as a reggaeton remix. Purists rage until their hips unlock forgotten pelvic mantras mid-shimmy. The Dalai Lama's Insta story heart reacts, then immediately hires a PR firm to walk it back. When the mound finishes dissolving, only the buzzing remains. Not sacred hum, just your phone buried somewhere beneath Section 14's moldy banquet. It's vibrating with notifications, mostly spam about forgotten cart items, and your reincarnation's extended warranty. You let the battery die. Eternity feels softer on airplane mode. Historians will claim you transcended material form. Conspiracy blogs swear you're hiding in IKEA's annual stocktake. That one kid from the particle accelerator grows up, invents a religion where rice grains are fed through vinyl presses. His first single goes platinum. 16 minutes of ambient noise from your small intestine. When you finally exhale, the breath circles Saturn twice before dive bombing a Zurich hedge fund manager's cappuccino. The foam spells lol in Aramaic. Nobody notices except the barista, who uses it to pass her theology midterms. Your immortality paperwork gets filed, then lost in the same bureaucratic vortex that ate Section 5's missing sandal. As consciousness fades, you morph into the confirm order button on a Sri Lankan takeout app. Customers sense profundity in their curry choices, but shake it off as hunger hallucinations. 5 stars anyway, the cycle continues. And somewhere, a single grain winks from the dish's corner, humming the chorus to a hymn even Shiva forgot. The sapphire thread melts into your palm, its hum softening to a lullaby even the rice can't mimic. Beneath your knees, centuries settle grains clicking into place like puzzle pieces tamed. That tinnitus buzz, it unravels into temple bells 3 lifetimes west, their bronze tongues tonguing forgiveness into the air. Chennai's chaos blurs, rickshaw horns dissolving into monsoon drizzle on forgotten temple roofs. The textbook pages fold themselves into cranes now, nesting in your hair like you're some sacred scarecrow. Breathe deep, the Shiva loaves crumble into sugar, sweetening your exhale with Dynasty dust. Scientists pack their microscopes, each petri dish left sprouting lotus flowers instead of data. The toddler's Lego accelerator, just a spit bubble now, popping to mist that smells of your grandmother's incense. Even the Bollywood enlightenment fades, her twerking silhouette, now a shoreline where waves whisper tax receipts from Section 12. Hunger drifts off, your belly full of starlight, strained through 8th century rice sieves. The Jain monk's wormhole. It shrinks to a porthole, framing a sushi chef's nod as he substitutes guilt for wasabi. NASA's lawsuit paperwork burns itself, ashes spelling good try in Devanagari smoke signals. That mogul painter's toe fungus portrait. It peels from history's wall, becomes a band-aid on your pinky toe from 3rd grade. The pinhole camera collapses, its last snapshot, just your shadow holding hands with itself. No past selves argue now, only a shared shrug, investing instead in swallows. Nest futures, the tweet-happy grains log off, their last post a pixelated Rangoli that cures Wi-Fi headaches. Your doppelganger. Granted amnesty. Their embezzled hymns donated to library late fees. Karma cops depart. Handcuffs recycled into wind chimes above a Kyoto noodle cart. Retirement smells of parking ticket, embers, warmth pooling in your collarbones like liquid amber. The Walmart oil slick, sipped clean by crows who now recite your grocery lists as haiku. Pulitzer-winning book reports mulch themselves, fertilizing dandelions that tell better stories through seed fluff. Reggaeton Bhagavad Gita fades, bass drops, replaced by arthritic hip joints remembering stillness. The Dalai Lama's PR firm drafts an apology, then forgets to hit send. Your phone's final buzz. A wrong number, maybe. Let it rest beneath layers of merciful static. As eternity thins, you're not a button, not a grain, just the pause between app notifications. The hedge fund manager's cappuccino lull evaporates, becomes morning dew on a spiderweb's forgotten coupon. Breathe out Saturn's rings hiccup, then keep spinning. The last granule doesn't dissolve, it floats, weightless. Witness. A comma at the end of a sentence nobody wrote until now. Even Shiva's forgotten hymn grows shy, its final note a yawn, a shrug, the soft click of a universe switching to airplane mode. Darkness arrives without thunder, without monuments, just the weight of a head finding a pillow woven from every almost and not quite. Sleep, or whatever comes next, unfolds its arms. You step in. The door sighs shut, no creak, just rice-scented silence stitching itself into your seams.